Hello! Oh, why is it not tracking? That's two things not working. Hello everyone, hello everyone. How are folks doing? How are folks doing? It is I, Almantas, former professor of sociology, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. And on that note, I must say, thank you very much, Cider Martin, for the very early raid. Thank you very much. Let me give you the quick shout out. Let me give you the quick shout out at Cider Martin. Assuming you are still here and that you have not already raided and ran. A thing I'm not very secretive about, but I still feel like is like a dirty little secret as a streamer, is that anytime is the perfect time for raid. Hello, Mr. I usually start up stream and don't even. I just spend the first 10 minutes of stream. I'm not even at my computer because I know that everybody's going to take a while to get here. So I spend that time doing vocal warm-ups in particular. Is my big thing. I like to do vocal warm-ups. And so okay, excellent. Anytime is the perfect time for a raid. So you say. And I say the perfect time for a raid is whenever the streamer in question is done with streaming. That is my logic, is that in the ideal scenario, folks, my idea, right, is that I raid out when I'm tired. When I realize that I am not going to get a lot more out of doing stream anymore, that's when I like to raid out, right? I've talked about this before. I think it is a good time to raid out when you are tired. I think it's a good time to raid out when you are tired. Oh my goodness. I'm doing a little bit of prep work. My plan for today's stream, and I might change my mind because I'm feeling a little bit funny. No. And you, the person who is raiding out, feels tired, you silly gooses. I am planning on doing a mini painting stream, right? This is Thursday. I like to paint miniatures on Thursday. My brain is feeling pretty mush. My brain is feeling pretty mush right now. My brain is. I am pretty tired. And I will say that of my stream categories, that's not exactly the worst one to do when kind of tired. That's not the worst time to be kind of feeling a little bit. That's not the worst activity for being a little bit out of it. Vovern, happy 177776. One of my dreams is I've got an IRL friend who has the exact voice that I imagine for Juice, and so I've always wanted to get her to do a reading of 17776. Just like exactly what my brain thinks Juice should sound like. I think of the people I know in streaming, I think the person who's the most Juice-like in terms of voice is probably Bug. I think Bugathy is a very good Juice. I think Bugathy would be a very, very good Juice. I have no idea who would be a good 9 or 10 in my life. I feel like I'd be a decent. I think I'd be decent at 10. I think I'd be decent for 10. I don't think I'd be good for 9. Yeah, a whole lot of that. A whole lot of that. A whole lot of that. God, what a good book. What a good fucking book. Let me say the hellos. Let me say the hellos. Let me say the hellos. We've got enough people here for that. Hello to me. Hello to Sari_bot. Hello, Sparkly Anarchy. Hello, the Chosen Giraffe. How are you doing? Hello, Cider Martin. Good to see you again. I'm assuming Cider Martin was doing art. That is usually what Cider Martin's... No, Cider Martin usually streams reading. I apologize. Cider Martin's more of a reading streamer. Hello, Colebounds. Oh, Colebounds redeemed both the Ada and the workout. I will get to those in a few moments. Hello, Akshi. Hello, Ferret in a Box. Hello, Theo, and thank you for the 7 watch streak. And Sparkly Anarchy, thank you for the 35 watch streak. Hello, Akshi. 35 is quite high. 35 is really on the high one. Hello, Mr. No Talk. Hello, Vovern. Hello, Wasteland Mad God. How have people been doing? Well, people answer that. I think it is time for push-ups. Let me get on that. Okay, let me do that. Okay, stretch the back and mount up. I did run today. Not very fast, but very nicely, very smoothly. Okay. Okay. Elbows in, back straight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. To see a smexy man being athletic. You do realize that that smexy is a pretty limited vocabulary term, pretty specialized vocabulary, not a lot of... It's a bit of a shibboleth. And unfortunately for you, I've heard the term before. Drew 7 aquatics? Oh, yes, that's very lovely. It's very lovely. Which ones did you draw? And I'm sorry that you got bad news, Wasteland Mad God. I'm very sorry. If you want to just lurk, that is fine. That is just fine. That said, the thing that I actually spent my day doing was, playing, another game of Infinity. Over on the Infinity Global League. That, like, I went for a run. I went to bed after Sotek's board gaming night. We didn't wind up streaming it because Sotek slept like 3 hours past when we were supposed to meet, so we were just like, fuck it, we're just gonna game. And then, I went to bed and I woke up, I did some chores, did some work, worked out, and then, played Infinity for many hours, and now I'm here. Ooh, glassfish, and I don't know what a tiger barb is at all. What is a tiger barb? Okay. I was expecting something kind of eldritch. I was expecting something extremely not fish-shaped at all. Basking sharks are cool. Sea anemones are obviously cool. That was Blue's suggestion, I think, right? That was Blue's suggestion. Mine was Japanese spider crab. I know I suggested that one because I think they are beautiful. Practicing right now, probably going to bank into Eldritch as soon as I get it down. Fair enough, fair enough. Need to use Shrexy. Sexy on many layers like an ogre. Cute. Cute. I would say moderately productive. I would say moderately productive. I mean, the problem with me and productivity is that I'm a perfectionist and an inveterate workaholic. And also it's hard for me to feel particularly like playing board games is like productivity. That feels counterintuitive to me. Let me get back to this. Need to be paced. That's very fair. That's very fair. The thing about drawing something that's beyond human this is the tricky part, right? Is like the thing about creating things that are beyond human comprehension means that at some point your mind created it too, right? Checkmate Chithulalers, right? Okay, hold on a second here. Fuck. Sorry, I'm trying to magnetize a base here. There we go. There we go. Let's give that a minute. You like Beta Arceus. Oh, what about salps? Salps are horrifying. Paint some salps. I hate knowing that salps exist and that we share a planet with them. I feel like if there's evidence of a merciful god, the salp would not have ever been created. And stretch a little bit. But yeah, the last night was Spirit Island, which is a game that I love. We've played it on stream. We have played Spirit Island on stream. Spirit Island is a lovely and beautiful game. And it's... Hold on, let me go check in on Hal and just I'm not even gonna read. I'm just gonna check in. Oh, almost bought bits by accident. Gotta get my elf card. So close, yet so far. But yes. What is a Beta Arceus? Got you to reinstall KSP? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, I thought the Beta Arceus was a fish. I thought it was a fish. Oh, okay. I was like, what the heck is an Arceus as a fish? KSP rules. KSP is great. KSP is a lovely game. I would think that I don't deserve credit for getting somebody to install KSP because I was playing KSP because of because we've been going to space, because we've been going to the moon, because we've got people up orbiting the moon, and it's beautiful and it's amazing. And if we are going to spend billions of dollars on insane mega projects, I think that it's better that we do it exploring the stars than that we move around funny numbers in databases that are difficult to care about. I say as a guy who cares a lot about numbers in databases. They were always going to come back. The moon is beautiful. The moon is beautiful, but mostly to visit, right? It's like people say about New York City. They love to be tourists, but they don't want to actually live there. Moon War. So one of those things that I found really, really funny was there was a trend on Twitter of, like, people were writing this kind of collective fiction about war on Europa. The moon, the icy moon. No, it was on Enceladus, not Europa, right? Was it Europa? Not Enceladus? Hello, Panda Hero. Hello, Panda Hero. Was it Europa or was it Enceladus? And it was a funny trend, but the thing that, like, could never quite stop me. Let me stop. Wait a second. It was like war forever, like hashtag war forever. Europa. It was Europa. I was right. It was Europa. It was a fun concept, and a lot of it was pretty funny. I thought it was a pretty good use of Twitter as a medium. In some ways, I might think kind of like the high point of Twitter. Like, when people talk about the high point of Twitter, they tend to focus on, like, individual funny tweets, which is understandable because it's primarily a format for making jokes above everything else. But I kind of think that those didn't really take advantage of the medium. They just kind of were like, what can I get done? That's got the Iron Sky. But yeah, it was the thing that never stopped me. That always stopped me with the Europa thing, with the war forever thing, was just knowing that Europa's really tiny. Let me take a look at this. Europa, because Europa is like, the entire moon is like the size of England. I don't need the orbital characteristics. It has a mass of less than 1% of Earth. So its surface gravity is, because it's also much smaller than us, volume-wise, its surface density is 1/10 of Earth. And so the idea that, like, you would be fighting this, like, massive World War I scale war at 1/10 of Earth gravity on a thing that has a surface area that's, like, you know, like the United Kingdom in surface area is really pretty goofy to me. There would be like a big, like, surface war with, like, thousands, if not millions of people. Like, that's very funny. That's very goofy. That's very goofy. That always kind of took me out. Iron Sky. Iron Sky is pretty bad. Let's be realistic here. I don't know if it's the worst movie I've ever seen, but it's a pretty bad film. It feels very dated, right? It feels very, very dated. Iron Sky hurts. Because it was bad, or because of what? Yeah. It was... There are parts of it that I like. There are parts of Iron Sky that I like. Mostly set design. I am a real sucker for good set design. Really good set design will allow... I will forgive a lot of sins on the altar of very good set design. I don't quite know why. I'm not like a set designer. Yeah. I mean, I think, like, the really good art for that one, I think the really good art about making Nazis campy is... It's Wolfenstein. It's Wolfenstein. Like, that's the really good art about, like, making Nazis, like, campy and goofy is Wolfenstein. Like, that's a really good one. Arguably there's the producers, but, like, it's Wolfenstein. It's Wolfenstein. I kind of want to play Wolfenstein on stream. I know it's like kind of against the usual types of games that I stream and the usual way I stream, but like, I actually haven't played New Colossus. I did play New Order and Old Blood, the new ones. I'm talking about the new ones. The older games are good. The older games are good, but they are fundamentally like a dry run for Doom. And it's really hard to play Wolf 3D and not think of it as kind of like bad Doom. And that's always really rough, right? Like, that's like a really rough part about a lot of shooters, is that you wind up being compared to Doom, like, pretty justifiably, and Doom is really good. So, yeah, Doom but bad level design. Hello! Just like Doom 2. Shout outs, Bugathy. Bug, I was just talking about you earlier. I almost shouted you out earlier in the stream. Bug, do you know 17776? Okay. 17776 is a extremely good sci-fi story. You're going to like it a lot, actually. I really am confident that you are going to like it. I am really confident that you are going to like it, Bug. But yeah, I think that your voice is like pretty close to the voice I imagine in my mind for Juice. For a character named Juice. Juice feels very, very bug-like to me. Yeah, that's a bug. You love bugs. It's true. It's true. Terry does love bugs. Yeah, that's why, Bug. Yeah, Bloom will not hear Doom 2 slander, I don't think. But yeah, I was thinking like the new trilogy. I actually haven't played New Colossus. I did play New Order and Old Blood, and I feel like Old Blood is my favorite video game depiction of Nazis. Hello, Toxic Red Flag. What, didn't you notice? But yeah, I really, really liked Old Blood in particular, which I think is generally considered kind of like the least of the three. Because it's much shorter, right? It's a much shorter game than New Colossus or New Order. But yeah, I like it a lot. I like those games a lot, and I do kind of want to play those games on stream, mostly because I think a lot of people here haven't played them, and I think it's really important. I think it's really important to make any Nazis who are wandering by really uncomfortable. That's really kind of the big thing, right? Is like I think it's kind of important to. I think I don't even have to do very much. I just kind of have to play the game and just say based all the time. To make some Nazis very uncomfortable. I say make them uncomfortable any way you can. If you can do it and stay safe, do it. Right? I don't... Yeah, exactly. Just doing that, like, just doing that while playing Wolfenstein: The Old Blood. I'm actually just gonna spoil the Old Blood and a lot of what I really liked about the Old Blood just immediately. Something I really like about the Old Blood is that the enemies in it are all like they're all like in-universe New York Times like uplifting lifestyle articles about the villains of the game, about like the bosses. It's pretty good. it's a pretty good like like all of the pretty much all of the boss fights, all of these like super evil Nazis are like slot pretty easily into like 2000s like ideas of uplifting stories and like heroic people. The first boss's main motivation is that he really loves his dog. And it's like, yeah, he really loves his dog, and he like mass murders people for being Jewish. Like he just does both of those things simultaneously. And so he gets to die, right? I don't care how much you love your dog. That is not enough. That is not enough. Yeah, the Nazis are humans, right? You know, it's the classic thing about monsters, right? You know, man fights monsters that are just like himself, right? That it's never. They are human beings. They are like the rest of us, and they are not allowed in my house. Yes, they are not allowed in my house. I am comfortable with spiders and house centipedes. I'm comfortable with spiders. I am comfortable with house centipedes. I am comfortable. I don't even really. I have very rarely had roaches in my house, but it has happened. I am a New Yorker. I don't like it, but you know, I will just escort them out. That is New Colossus, is where the Nazi admonishes the KKK members for being bad at speaking German. That's in New Colossus. I haven't played that one. Old Blood is the one where the game has like the main villain of the game is a disabled woman. Excuse me. Is a disabled woman who, like, there's like inspiring stories in the newspaper about how she like overcame her deformed leg in order to better study archaeology, and she became a great archaeologist because of this. That's the main villain. That is the person who in the Old Blood is really bending her world and her will to extermination camps, right? Like that's like what she's there for. So I thought that was a really fascinating way of portraying your villains in a game. I liked it a lot. I was a huge fan. I was a huge fan of it. One type attracts another. Similar types. Gods against gods. Patriots against people who think they're patriots. Mutants against mutants. The kind of enemy you get tells someone a lot about the kind of person you are. Interesting. I feel like the enemies that I have tend to be I tend to think of myself as something of an idealist. I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm something of an idealist. I think I'm something of an idealist. And it's from a Spider-Man comic. I was wondering about the mutants part. I was wondering what that might have implied. My main. That threw me. Sorry, I messed up my base preparation for the miniature for tonight. So it's taking a little bit longer than I had hoped. Oh no, I got some melted plastic underneath my fingernail. No. 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 A bravely second a lot. I'm not familiar. John Springtrap, thank you for the follow and welcome in. I am not familiar with what bravely second is. I do not know a bravely second. The actual inspiration for the model was fundamentally it was Uncle Iroh dressed for Knives Out. That was the key thing. That was the big thing. Was Uncle Iroh dressed for Knives Out? I think my artist did a really good job. Mr. No Talk, it kind of would. I mean, things like I shouldn't be touching molten plastic while it's still melting. Right, that's the big thing. It's like I just kind of fucked up. This is a small fuck up. I am only complaining because it's going to make my fingernails look weird and dirty when I'm streaming. I'm just gonna look. It's gonna look weird and different when I'm streaming. That's a good gamma. That's good gamma. Still a turn-based combat game. Okay. I am I like turn-based tactics and strategy games. I really like Final Fantasy Tactics and Last Spell. The ones that are more traditionally JRPG-y, where they're less about maneuver, are a lot less appealing to me. I've never enjoyed Final Fantasy VII even like 1/10 as much as I've enjoyed Final Fantasy Tactics. Just like kind of like to put that into perspective. I never even got like 1/10 as much out of it. The more traditional JRPGs, they've never been as exciting to me. I like maneuver a lot. I love Last Spell. I haven't played the new DLC. I mostly played before they had any DLC. Interesting, Gamma. I haven't played any of the DLC really. Last Spell was actually the first game I ever streamed. My very first stream, May 20th, 2023 was Last Spell. Yeah, I remember the Dwarf one wasn't very well received. I might like the new maps. I'm not sure about... And I'll probably like the new weapons. I do feel a little bit kind of goofy that the way my brain works, I kind of want to do a save where I just, like, don't unlock a pretty large swath of the weapons. Because there's quite a few of the weapons that I don't really enjoy very much. Admittedly, the main weapon types, if I could like ban a weapon type from runs of Last Spell, I think my first choice would be one-handed hammers. You can ban weapons? I didn't know that. I didn't. Oh, maybe they added that. Hello, Achillean. Oh, it came up. Okay. Yeah, I played largely kind of at launch. Because like there's a couple of weapons that I like really always get a ton of use out of, and it's like worth building characters around. Yeah, and it's like I like one-handed swords, druid staffs. I really struggle to make a team that doesn't use one of those a lot. It's really, really easy to make a character that can push one-handed swords and or druid staffs to like truly outrageous heights with just like a couple that's very consistent. And two-handed hammers. Two-handed hammers are crazy for me. I don't even know if they're super good. I just like them a lot. I really like that with two-handed hammers. I can pretty consistently teleport out into the middle of the field, kill an enemy, and then fly all the way back into my base before the enemy gets to do anything. I really like that about two-handed hammers. You can make incredibly fragile characters that are still incredibly survivable because of their mobility. I really like mobility play, though. Like, I've talked about this like quite a bit in terms of how I like games. It is something of a goofy comedy that I am like one of the most... I'm a pretty dwarf-coded guy, I think. And in real life, it's true as well. In real life, it's pretty true as well. I'm a pretty dwarf-coded guy IRL. It's not just like my stream avatar. But in Rock and I love Deep Rock. I have been playing Deep Rock, Iro. But when I'm playing strategy games, I'm elf. I'm an elf guy. I am very much an elf guy. In 40k, it's Eldar. It's Eldar all the way. And I've been playing a lot of Infinity, and I love Hawk Islam. I love Hawk Islam. They are not elves in like a visual sense, but they are spiritually elves. They are spiritually elven. They're spiritually an elf faction. They are spiritually an elf faction. They high mobility, lots of concealment, lots of trick play, high willpower. They're good at objectives. They're good at tricks. They had giant fucking shields you can bash. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. All I heard was that the Dwarf DLC added characters that had movement penalties, which stinks. I kind of hate getting movement penalties on characters in last spell, unless they're like my druid staff specialist or my... I do get a lot of value out of the spellbook. I tend to be able to push the spellbook pretty far, but that's also a propagation thing. Like if I'm relying a lot on propagation damage, then having a movement penalty isn't too bad. But yeah, I tend to not get a ton out of short bows and long bows and crossbows. I don't tend to get a ton out of that. I get a decent amount, but I don't really love the hand crossbow. Like, it's kind of easy to get a lot. Like, the hand crossbow can be really, really good because it's got the most reliable slow in the game. Having a ton of an emergency escape to the haven, that I can see some use for that. If that's like if that just allows you to do like really safe lunges, with like the one-handed sword and the two-handed hammer. That can make up for that, right? Having less movement, but you don't have to worry about how you get safe. That I can see that working. I can see it working. Hold on a second. My tooth got really cold for a second. Ooh, that's pretty cool, John Springtap. That's pretty cool. I don't own any historical weapons, but I do... I don't know if... Yeah, you're new here. You've been following for 8 minutes. I am a big Ancient Rome head. I've been painting minis, and today is supposed to be a mini painting stream. I think I am now at a majority of all of the miniatures I've painted in the last 5 years are Ancient Romans. I think it's close to it. I think I've done 18 Ancient Romans, and I'm at 19 Eldar, I think is my totals. I am a big Ancient Rome head. No. Oh yeah, wait. What about Spartan helmets? Do you mean I'm assuming you mean the Corinthian helmet. I don't know if their Spartans have a specific helmet associated with them. in art and media, they tend to be associated with the Corinthian helmet. Oh, a second here. And the miniature I'm painting today, that I was planning on painting today, that I'm doing a little bit of prep on, is a necromantic ancient Roman from the game Conquest: Last Argument of Kings, which I really like. I don't like it as much as I like Infinity, but I do like Conquest: Last Argument of Kings. Do like Conquest: Last Argument of Kings. The Romans have a there's a Roman helmet and a Corinthian helmet that are slightly different. The Romans have a couple of helmets, and obviously the Greeks in general do. The Corinthian helmet is the one that, again, we tend to associate with the Spartans. I don't entirely know exactly why we do that. But it's the one where there's the nose bridge, right? There's the part that comes down and covers the nose. It's a pretty heavily enclosed helmet. That's kind of the feature that tends to really stand out about it, is that it doesn't have holes for the eyes. It has like slits leading up to it, and it has it has a lot of cheek covering. I think it's been older than that, though, Mr. No Talk. I think we associated the Corinthian helms with the Spartans like before then, because I think I think Michigan, the Michigan State University's logo has a Corinthian helmet, and they're called the Spartans. So it's older than that. The Spartans. It's an interesting association. I don't entirely understand the history. I don't entirely know what caused that series of associations, because a lot of different cultures have used similar helmets, right? And the Spartans, there's very few things that any one Greek city-state had a monopoly on. There are definitely associations, right? Like Athens and the owl is a really big one. Macedon and the phalanx is actually, the two-handed pike, I should say, is actually pretty justified. Other cultures have used two-handed pikes, but I get associating them. Okay. I do not know Rise, Son of Rome. I am a less hardcore gamer than a lot of people streaming. I am gonna tell you, I do have a really funny one that I saw the other day. Oh, it's 2013. That would be why. That would be why. That's definitely deep in the era when I was really not playing video games at all. It's entirely possible in 2013 I didn't play a single game. At all. I was working very hard that year. No, wait, hold on. Yes, entirely possible. The only game I can remember from that time period is Warframe. I don't think I started playing Warframe until 2014. So I don't think, or maybe even 2015. I'm pretty sure, because I know where I was living. I was not living where I was living in 2013. When I first heard of Warframe. So yeah, 2013 is going to be a pretty unusual time for me to be playing a game. But yes, a really funny story. Ujix, one of a fellow streamer. She was gaming. She's a gamer. She's more of a gamer than I am. And somebody raided into her, and they were playing Diablo 4. And Uji was like, I've heard of Diablo, but I've never, I don't really know what it is. And you can hear her typing, and she looks up Diablo, and she goes, "Oh, it's isometric." And then she goes, "Oh, you know what this game reminds me of a lot? It reminds me of Warcraft, too. You know, work, zug, zug." And I'm just so amused by this. It's so funny to me for somebody to be familiar with Warcraft 2 and have, like, not really know what Diablo is, and, like, recognize a similarity in the art style between Diablo 4 and Warcraft 2. That really killed me. That's really funny to me. Because not that there's nothing there, it's just like, those are like 30 years apart, right? And yeah, I've played a lot of Path of Exile. I don't play those games very much, and I haven't played any of them in a while. I last played Path of Exile a couple years ago. I was able to beat 10 acts in like 7 or 8 hours. Oh yeah, it's because they're both by the same publisher. Yeah, it's by the same publisher. Yeah, no, there's obvious similarities. Blizzard definitely has a house style. But yeah, I got to I was able to beat the campaign in like 7 or 8 hours or something like that. Which isn't bad. But it's not like truly fast, and it's like a little bit too slow to really participate in the economy. And I've never really gotten, like, I think tier 14 or maybe 15 is the furthest I've ever gotten. I think I might have beaten, like, the Minotaur. I didn't beat the other bosses. I had to beat, like, the Minotaur. I beat, like, one of the Minotaur or the Phoenix. I've never gotten, like, super duper far. I've never beaten any of the big bosses, right? I've never beaten any, like, the real late game bosses. And it's just, I don't know, it's my changing game taste over the last 5 years has made it kind of a little bit less appealing to me. Like, when I want to push myself in a game, it's always like strategy games. And not like RTSs, right? It's like, I want to push myself in like Kerbal Space Program and Infinity, like I said before. Timberborn. I think I qualify as pretty good at Timberborn based on what I am hearing from chat and like seeing around when I compare my beavers to other people's beavers. Turi, you're way better than me at it. I think I'm pretty good for my level of experience. I am very picky about 4X, is my trouble. I am very picky about 4X, and the only 4X that I really like right now is Endless Space 2. I might revisit Endless Legend 2, but it's still very early access, and I remember from doing early access and beta for Endless Space 2 that the beta state doesn't tell you a lot about the game. I'm ahead of the curve for the hours, but I thought so. That was kind of the impression I got. I don't think I'm like a god or anything. I do think I am ahead of the curve. I think I'm taking to it pretty naturally. Is kind of where I think I am. Yeah, I really like Endless Space 2. I like Endless Legend 1, but not nearly as much as I like Endless Space 2. And I think it mostly comes down to the music. 4X is still not like my favorite genre, but I've not played too many of them other than the Civilization series, and the Civilization series annoys the crap out of me. The Civilization series is one that I've played enough that I am, that like the cracks in Civilization really show to me more than the strengths. Mostly that the Civilization series tries deliberately to be pretty easily solved. That's an interesting choice. I also haven't tried Humankind, even though it's by the Endless guys. I never tried Humankind. Okay, ads are coming in seconds. We will be right back. Give me a minute. And I'm back, and I'm back, and I am back. Hold on, I'm gonna change the stream info. Can't change the stream info. Hello Tohu. Hello Tohu. Yeah, Komos, that was, and hello Sabork. Yeah, Komos, that was something that, it wasn't like the thing that actually stopped me from playing Humankind. It was that, like, my friends who tend to give really overly rosy reviews of games, are, like, even they kind of gave pretty lukewarm reviews of Humankind. I'm like, okay, I can leave this one alone. And it, like, didn't have the strength that I go to the Endless series for, which is that I find the faction writing and design to be really compelling. I find those to be really compelling, and if you kind of take those out, it's kind of like, well, what am I doing here? Well, what am I doing here? Deeply medium. Yeah, that's kind of the impression I got. Deeply medium is a pretty good way to put it. That was how I understood it, I should say. Which, like, when you're talking about a series that produced Endless Legend and Endless Space 2, that's not a series, but a developer. That's actually really harsh, right? That's actually, like, really harsh when you think about how people describe Endless Legend and Endless Space 2. Like, to have the same people who are describing those as, like, some of the best games I've ever played, and then, like, Humankind was fine. It's like, okay, I don't need to spend money on this. I don't need to spend any particular money on that. People have been really selling me. You are not the only person who's selling me on Age of Wonders 4, and I don't know why I am being lazy about it. I don't know why I am being lazy about it. I don't know what it is that's causing me to hear that, and it just, like, skips off of my brain over and over and over again. No matter how often I hear people recommend it. It's a deeply cool faction builder, and, like, pretty good as a game. Cute. I like that. I think it's partially because, like, a thing that's, like, kind of worth, like, how I think about games as, like, a bit of a contextualization here is that it's not purely just my taste that I think about, right? I don't purely think about just how much I enjoy playing a game anymore. I am streaming often enough that I am also kind of thinking about how the game would do as a stream game. And it's not a not every streamer does this, and I don't think every streamer... I think different streamers have different things that work well for them. Like, some stream games that have gone very poorly for me are, like, famously good stream games. Like, I don't think I'm very good at streaming Repo or Peak. I know I'm not good at streaming Helldivers. And meanwhile, I do think I'm good at streaming Timberborn. I think when I'm playing Timberborn, I think it's interesting to watch me play Timberborn. I think it gels well with, like, because it's not just, like, my personality in general, it's my streaming style. It's it's what I'm doing on stream while I'm playing. And so I'm always thinking about that. It does, Tohu. It does. I am prioritizing, like, do I feel like I'm putting on a good show first, and then I'm using the numbers as a kind of index to check against that. Well, like I said, a lot of it has to do with streaming style, because I actually love Helldivers. I actually really love Helldivers, but when I stream Helldivers, it just kind of turns into explosion sounds. Right? Like, I just kind of get, like, locked in and I'm enjoying the game, and I don't think people actually really like watching. I've done that. I have done both solo and multiplayer streams. Deep Rock does a little bit better than Helldivers, but it's that's Tohu. I do think that that's actually more of it than like even my. I think like why the numbers are poor is more because the types of streams that people want me to have, that people enjoy me having, are ones where I'm talking a lot, and ones that are pretty relaxed, and where I'm highly interacting with chat, and I'm prioritizing chat over what is happening on screen. And Helldivers and Warframe are just like a little bit too attention demanding, right? They don't have like enough slack in my attention budget. Yeah, that's very fair. That's very fair. And if I'm just gaming, it's like not as interesting. I think that those style of games work better for people who are more kind of jokesters and comedians than I am. Less educational, more like fast paced. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing, Tohu, is like pause is really important. I think like a turn-based or pausable version of Helldivers would do a lot better, because one of the things that I really like about Helldivers, honestly, I really like this about Helldivers, and I know at least Tohu and at least a couple of other people here are veterans, so they might have an opinion on this, but I think it's actually really interesting that in Helldivers is the only shooter game that I can name where the primary weapon that you use is not an infantryman and his rifle. It is the only, other than like plain shooter based games, but it is the only, like, you are an infantryman, but the main weapon you're actually using is crew serviced weapons. Like, that's interesting. That is an interesting like approach to this type of game, right? Helldivers has made a actually pretty interesting fictionalization of 21st century warfare. Where it is a small amount of infantry, pretty spread out, and they are primarily trying to seize objectives and then using tons of artillery and airstrikes and helping target artillery and airstrikes, and those are the actual killing weapons. Those are the actual danger weapons, are the artillery and the airstrikes. I think that's really interesting. I think that is really interesting. Yeah, a Helldiver is not like a movie Commando. They are like they're like a heavily armed forward observer. I think that's really fascinating. Yeah, you are conduit for 380s, and that is valid. I think it's really fascinating that that's like the type of gameplay that they wound up on. And it's fascinating both that they wound up doing that and that they've produced a really fun game. And to talk about it more in a game design sense, I think it's really fascinating. I'm aware that these exist. I'm not aware of which specific units are which. That's the thing, Tohu. Is like I know that this is a way that combat is in fact done. I just don't know the exact slag. I'm not enough of a nerd to understand like the specific force dispositions and order of battle of the United States. I know what a couple of our units do, in specific. Like, I know that our Green Berets are actually more trainers than they are fighters, which I found kind of interesting as I, like, learned more about, like, how they did operations. And I mostly know this because, my interest in history is more often about colonialism, and so the place that units like the Green Berets play in the history of colonialism is extremely important. I do find that kind of interesting, but yeah, but where I was going with the Helldivers thing is like the thing that's really interesting about this is, right, they've done a game where, one, your main weapon isn't shooting people. Yes, exactly. That's how I understand the Green Berets, is that they train up insurgencies. SEALs run drug trafficking and prostitution. Yeah, fair. The the so Helldivers is a game where you have a rifle, but your rifle is actually kind of second. Like the shoot guy in head with gun is like, it lets you keep moving, but the way you actually really get stuff done is, 380s, and I'm a particular fan of the strafing run. Strafing run is probably my favorite red call-in. The orbital laser, like you're spotting for these things. And also, it's a game with really aggressive friendly fire. And if you talk to people online, many people will tell you that both of those are just bad game design. They will tell you that those are just mistakes. That a good game does not have friendly fire, and the player is the one who is empowered to do things directly and accurately. That is what a lot of people think is fundamental and just better game design. And that a game that doesn't do those is simply less fun than a game than the game that doesn't, right? And I think it's really fascinating that Helldivers doesn't. Yeah, most games do those very poor. I think it's that most games do those very poorly. I also think, honestly, Tohu, I'm going to be very Mikks here, and this is actually a place where I disagree with Mikks. Right? This is when you hear me and Mikks talking. This actually gets very deep into the type of disagreements me and him have. I think that it's largely a matter of articulation. I think that people often do not understand what they actually like. They understand that saying that you like precise executions has social cachet. And they understand that player empowerment is a thing that sounds like you like the players, and that the players are in a war against the devs, and that the devs are trying to take player power away, and as like an evil conspiracy. And the gun sound being OP? I don't know what you mean by this. I'm sorry. So, and it's very, I think this is a misunderstanding of what people actually like and want out of their games. I think this is a failure of people to understand what... I did play a lot of enemy territory. Wait, hold on. Is this the thing where there was a bug where one of the guns was so loud it like deafened, like it like drowned out everything else? Was that the one? Or was this a different bug? Was this a different bug? I know that there's a really weird bug. Oh! That's funny. That's funny. That's funny. Okay, that's funny. That's very funny. That's very funny. I like that. It performed better. That rules. I wound up playing allies all the time because very unfortunate truth. If you are playing a World War II game, there's gonna be a lot of Nazis. Even if the majority of people playing Axis were not like Nazis and just kind of thought they had a more interesting gameplay, for example, there were very few people who would hardlock the Allies because they hate Nazis, and there were a lot of people who would hardlock the Nazis because they like Nazis. It was more pronounced in Red Orchestra. I loved Red Orchestra and was really pronounced in Red Orchestra. I think I played Axis in Red Orchestra like under 5% of the time, and that's just because any time I joined a game, the access team was always completely full. They had the more confidence in the gun, they used it better when we win more. That's pretty funny. I like that. I like that. Player psychology is really funny. Soviet theater of war is like Alien versus Predator. I mean, the thing is, like, there aren't that many... I have met a lot of tankies, but, like, the number of tankies who are playing, like, shooter games is pretty small. That rules, Tohu. I love that. I love that. I did not know that at all. They released a patch that said they nerfed a character named Vladimir, who was a vampire wizard, but they forgot to make the change. His win rate still went down. That's a very good placebo effect. That is a very good placebo effect. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. I really like that a lot. I really, really like that a lot. Cracking my neck. I love that. That's super funny. That's super duper funny. My favorite patch story was in Red Alert 1. In Red Alert 1, the French special power was that their units move faster, and the British special power was that their units shot faster. And this was listed in the INI as, like, speed mults 1.25, right? Or like I think it was actually speed mult 0.25. And the thing is that the way that the speed multiplier worked in the actual code that they made was that it didn't increase the rate that things happened. What it increased was the number of frames things took to happen. It increased the number of frames that things took to happen, which meant that the French moved slower and the British shot slower. So they had to release a patch that just put a negative number. They just put a negative sign in the INI. I always thought that was very funny. Hello, Kirill. Hello, Kirill. Oh, D-Nigma. D-Nigma. Let me give you a shout out, D-Nigma. Hello, hello, hello. It is a pleasure to meet you, D-Nigma. Welcome in, welcome in. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, and old man who loves old things. What were you up to? Hello, D-Nigma. Hello, Boritu. Yes, I mostly do calligraphy over here. Today my plan is to do a hand cam. I have a miniature that is like 60% painted, and I didn't finish it last week because I was using a new painting technique and I didn't like it. It didn't jive with me, so I wound up having to like redo everything multiple times over just to get back to where I would normally be. So I've still got some left to paint on it, but I've been kind of distracted by talking about game design. Mostly shooty game design. We've been talking about shooty game design for a minute here. How was Yap Yap? How was Yap Yap? I've heard good things. I've heard good things about the Yap Yap. I've heard good things. If you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. You are not beholden to me. You are not beholden to me. I have never heard of Friends vs. Friends. I've never heard of Friends vs. Friends. My favorite... Dwarf Fortress produces the best bugs. Dwarf Fortress produces the absolute best bugs. Yes, the Enigma, and Raiders. The game design thing that we were talking about was Tohu was relating a couple of stories about games where they released a patch note that said that they nerfed something, and they didn't. There was no mechanical change, but it still caused changes in win rates because of player psychology, because of like a placebo effect. I find that really fascinating. Welcome back, Junk Springtrap. Welcome back. Little voxel-based, little voxel, low collie. Interesting. I might know some people who would really like that. But yes. Dwarf Fortress produces insanely good bugs. My favorite Dwarf Fortress bug, I think, was it's the one, I don't know when they fixed it. It's the one where when a dwarf got too tired, they would pick up a bed and plant it like it was like a seed. And there's something about that that's so good. Let me see if I can find, there was a... I said that and I took a huge chomp. I just ate an entire cookie. Fixed a bug with mules shitting luggage. This is fascinating. Hold on. Hold on. We gotta... I'm not familiar with the infinite cat problem. I'm familiar with the cats dying in taverns bug, which is a favorite bug of mine. Let's go over here and let's put this on. Oh. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Now we can look at it as a family. Oh, that's great. That's great. If people haven't heard about the cats dying in taverns thing, it was due to a quantification. It was due to a quantum problem, which is a very funny type of problem to have. Oh, that one, yes! Yes, that one, I do remember that one. Yeah. I do remember, I was playing Dwarf Fortress more in like 2006, 2008-ish than I was in more recent years. And that was like definitely like an established thing, was like, you want to keep the cats out of the fortress. Like cats are an active hindrance to your fortress, partially for that reason, and also because cats would just like kill rats but just leave them around, and then the rats would rot and it would cause miasma to spread all throughout the fort. Like they wouldn't like kill they wouldn't like kill rats and like eat them. They would like kill rats and then just like let them rot on the ground, and so they like make so much miasma. But yeah, the bug that was really fascinating to me with cats was like, so they would die in taverns all the time. They would die in taverns all the time. And the reason for this is that Dwarf Fortress has, you don't just have a cat. A cat has, like, limbs, right? And the limbs will get dirty and wet if they, like, walk through things. So if they walk into beer, they'll get their paws wet with beer. That will actually be tracked. Right. You're jumping ahead a couple steps. And they implemented a code for the cats to lick their paws clean, because they thought this would be cute, right? They thought this would be cute. And it turns out that if a cat steps in a puddle of alcohol, the amount of alcohol that it tracks being in the paws was an entire beer. Or really an entire dwarven unit of alcohol, which is probably about like a bottle of wine worth of alcohol just from stepping in the paw. and then they would lick it clean, and they would drink an entire bottle's worth of alcohol. If you are wondering, it's worth pointing out that this also means that, like, stepping in... Yes, it's because of that, Tohu. It's because of that, Tohu. It's because that functionally means that if a cat steps in a puddle of alcohol, they have spontaneously generated 4 units of alcohol. That's, like, the fundamental thing. It's a quantum issue. Yeah, it's a quantum issue. There was a quantum unit of alcohol that you could not have less of, and that unit of alcohol was enormous. The quantum of alcohol was just gigantic, was what the problem was. Yeah, cat distillery exploit. Like, you have a ramp that causes cats to fall through an area that is soaked with alcohol, and then you squeeze them out at the end. There we go. Added cat butchery. There we go. There we go. Added cat butchery. Babies no longer start strapped with a knife. Fixed a problem with undead passing out from strangling. Made dwarves care if you melt down their masterpieces. That's really funny. Added mouths. There we go. That's a good one. That's a really good one. I like that one a lot. Fixed the problem with blood hanging in the air. Stopped elves from being pleased with unethical trades. No! No, I like that one a lot. I like that one a lot. I actually really liked that. I thought that was on purpose. That, like, elves were complete psychopaths. I always actually liked that elves were complete psychopaths. That the elven sense of right and wrong was completely fucked. I actually really liked that a lot. Made thieves and their support groups respect each other. It's very funny. Made all undead respectful of one another. This is good. This is good. Stopped aerial births. That's super good. No, oh my god. Oh my god. I gotta... That's incredible. That's incredible. That's incredible. I have to DM somebody that immediately. Yeah, yep, that would be. That would be. I, like, immediately understood where that would cause problems. Like, that was, like, immediately obvious to me. That's very funny. That makes perfect sense to me. Blind cave bears have front toes on both front and rear feet. They're incredible is what they are. These guys are the only these guys are some of the only artists involved in game design right now. Cryogenic engines. Interesting. 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 I still feel like I have so much room left to go in vanilla KSP. I find it kind of crazy that it's like I feel like I've got so much room left to go in vanilla. I tend to be very slow about adopting mods in games. I tend to really take my time. Yeah, it's cascading design issues. It's like the thing with the cats, right? The thing with the cats dying in taverns, right? Like that's a... Oh my god, this is incredible. This is amazing. Oh, Children of Dead Earth. Oh wait, hold on. I think Children of Dead Earth is a game where, like, I've read some of the dev blog for it. I think I've read some of the dev blog for it. Yeah. This the dev blog for this one is the one that taught me about the Kasaba howitzer. This is how I learned about the Kasaba howitzer, was from these guys. These guys are crazy. These guys are crazy. This is an incredible sentence here. All primates have front and back legs with accompanying feet, no arms or hands, yet have fingers somewhere. What an incredible statement. What an amazing statement. I adore this. I adore this. I adore this. Oh, god damn it. Okay. I adore this. Animal breeding is preventive animals aren't willing to marry. That's so good. That's so good. No way to re-enter time continuum? Hold on, this is too good. This is too good. I've got people to DM this to. That's so good. That's so good. Oh my goodness. Incorrect use of whom in elf.txt is one of the funniest, is one of the most amazing. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. I've got a, oh wow, I really, oh wait, no, there she is. There she is. I was like, I really am not friends with Madra Mimi. It's literally going to be my first DM to Madra Mimi. Literally going to be my first DM to her in the middle of stream. It's so good. Giraffe should be trainable for war. That's just called vampire LARPing. That's just vampire LARPing. This is not even what I was looking for. This is not even what I was looking for. That wasn't even what I was looking for. I was looking for this. I was looking for this. Can fill quivers with waters, so that's pretty good. Crash entering squad screen. Strange mood dwarves only collect items in order. I think that's actually fair. I think that's fair. That is feature, not bug. That is feature, not bug. Goblins escape underworld in a world without demons. This is an isekai. This is a light novel series. This is a light novel series right here. That is not a bug, that is a light novel series. Tohu Bohu, please have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. 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 Please, good luck then. Good luck then. We are praying for you. Yes, got to get your brain juice rest. I always struggle with that. It's not just like interviews. It's just like anything where I need to be rested in the morning makes it impossible for me to get rested. Like, I can never, like, intentionally make myself become rested going into the future. I fail at it so consistently. So consistently. I fail at it so consistently. Yeah, that's how I am, Arf Komos, as well. That's how I am. Which is a real problem. I was in Japan this year. I did not sleep well before my flights, and I didn't sleep on the flights at all. So I was just up like 30 hours. Turned out to be fine, to be honest. Particularly for going to Japan. Like, I got to Japan in the middle of the afternoon. No, I got to Japan fairly late at night, and then I just slept until like the middle of the afternoon the next day. And then the rest of the trip, I was fine. I just had like one like really long sleep the first day of the trip, and then I was fine. Which is pretty good as jet lag goes. Coolbounds, I have terrible insomnia. I have terrible insomnia. Hello, Gringotts. Hello, Gringotts. Hello, Gringotts. No, I just have bad insomnia, like my whole life long. As far as I know, ever since I was a little baby. I did not sleep like a baby when I was a little baby. I've always slept like an anxious teenager. You'll have to watch for the VOD for this later. For what? What's up, Mikks? What's up, Mikks? Yeah, we're looking at Dwarf Fortress Bugs. We're just looking at because Tohu had a really good point about talking about game bugs that had really interesting. Oh, you're just announcing that you're only here for a second? Okay. I thought there was like something that was specific happening in my stream that you thought was really important. And I was like, I don't feel like there's anything specific happening here that's really important. I don't feel like there's anything specific happening here. But Tohu brought up this really good point that you might know this. In League of Legends, they nerfed a vampire hero, and then they didn't. Like, the patch notes said that they had nerfs for this one hero, for this one character, Vladimir, and they just didn't actually push the code to... Yeah, they didn't actually push the code to production that did that. The code changes just were not there. And it still causes win rate to go down. That rules. That's so good. That's so good. That's so good. Visitors are punished for violating production orders. That's so good. That's amazing. It's a good bug. Oh, hold on, I'm taking a big stretch. Ooh. Yeah, I get the gist of it. I get the gist of it. Some other... That's funny. That's a good get. That's a good bit. That is a good bit. I appreciate that bit. Even though we know they're OP because literally no one plays them, so you get people play them. Oh, that happens. Yeah, that happens. There's I know Path of Exile a little bit better on this front. I've never played League, so I don't have a lot of like specific commentary on League. A thing that was always deeply funny in Path of Exile was that for years the skill zombie was not considered very good. And so they kept buffing it, right? They kept on giving the zombies more HP and more damage in the hopes that like that would make the skill better. And it didn't really have much of an impact. And then they made a change to the pathing. they made a change to the pathing for zombies. And it turns out that, like, it was always an AI problem. The problem with zombies was not that they were weak. The problem with zombies was that they weren't aggressive. So once they changed the pathing so that zombies actually, like, attacked opposing units reliably, it was just a, like, late game. It was, like, just the zombie skill by itself with, like, minimal linkage. Like, a 4-link zombie skill was, like, completely game-winning. Like, it was like, that was all you really needed. You just, like, didn't even need to... You could have, like, a completely, like, support 6-link. It was wild. It was insane. And so they had to nerf... they nerfed, the Necromancer class, like, 8 patches in a row. And I remember the player perception, every single fucking patch, was that Necromancer was now a completely worthless class that nobody's gonna play. And the Necromancer continued to be the #1 class for high-level play. For, like, 8 patches in a row. Like, the Reddit would just be like, oh, the devs just, like, took Necromancer out back and shot her in the head. And then, like, you would get, like, 3 weeks into the season. It's like, okay, Necromancer's still, like, by far and away the best way to fight, like, late game. It's just, like, still absolutely the best class. Yeah, I mostly try to say that, like, game devs shouldn't read their own subreddits. One that I really remember from... Everyone complaining, that's amazing. One that I really remember that's, like, always stuck in my head from Age of Empires is going to the Age of Empires subreddit and then just, like, really frequently seeing somebody talk about, like, oh, this civilization hard counters this civilization. And the one I really remember was Vikings versus Teutons. This guy was like, how are you supposed to fight the Vikings how are you supposed to fight the Teutons as Vikings, right? Like, everything they do counters you. There's nothing you can do. It's just like an auto lose. And then I looked at the stats, and the win rate for Vikings versus Teutons at that patch environment was exactly 50-50. It was exactly 50-50. It was so funny to me. I was like, yeah, this is a hard counter. A hard counter that is a coin flip. That is exactly even. A perfect... Like, yeah, I mean, it's... I was a little bit kinder about it than just saying skill issue, but, like... Yeah, like, this player didn't understand what the interactions were between these two, right? Like, other players who play the same matchup as you are winning, and if you are losing every single time you mine in this matchup, like, you are missing something that other players are understanding. Because it stops me from winning 51% of the time. Yeah. And yeah, fighting games players are like that. Fighting game players are like that. Mikks, are you, like, heading to bed? Because I would happily have you on. If you're around. Because we're just doing game design chat. I don't know how I feel about actually, like, doing my mini painting. I might or might not, but I'm kind of enjoying just the pure chatting at the moment. I'm kind of enjoying just vibing out and just talking. Fighting games players should be stripped naked and thrown into the flight sim community. What's the flight sim community like? I think we are about to go to ads, Mikks, so I might run the ads and then we can do the setup during the ad break. Yeah, okay, this is actually a big thing for me for Rosindros. This is, like, a huge thing for me. Is that, just like in all things, right? Just like in life in general, is that I actually see this way more outside of gaming. I think it's actually a way bigger problem outside of gaming, is that when I have been in environments where there is relatively low meaning to failure, and where there's not, like, a lot of established best practices, when I've been in areas where I should say that's actually kind of the big thing, like where there's not a lot of like knowledge of what success and failure really look like because it's like cutting edge or something like that, or just like kind of underdeveloped. Every fucking buddy in my office would believe that 70% success rate is poor, 90% success rate is good, 50% success rate is terrible. The thing is that's not how reality works. That's how school works. That's how grades work in a traditional American school system. But, like, if you are talking about an airline that lands 90% of its planes, that's terrible. That's so bad. And I worked in recruitment, right? I've worked in like labor sociology and recruitment. If you have somebody who applies for jobs and they get 5% of the jobs they apply for, that is not a person who is good at applying to jobs. That is a person who is not being ambitious enough with their applications. That is a person who is applying to jobs that they're overqualified for. That is not a good applicant. That is a person who is underambitious and not applying hard enough. Yeah, 90% of your shots as a marksman is great, as far as I understand it. But like, if you're a 90... If you told me a surgeon had a 90% success rate at appendectomies, I would be like, what the fuck? Yeah, no, that's the thing, right, Tohu? It's like very much a matter of like what you're doing, right? 70% batch success rate on a drug that nobody else can make is amazing. A 70% batch success rate on making hydrogen peroxide? Can you imagine how insane it would be if a company was doing a 70% batch success rate on hydrogen peroxide? Like, as far as I know for hydrogen peroxide, if you fall below 99.99%, you have completely failed. Like, yeah, no, it's very context dependent. It's very, very context dependent. I will say coal bounds. Just fucking apply. On average, I can tell you this is, I don't know how true this is in the AI world because I stopped doing this work before AI became a thing. But I can tell you that historically, the way that people write job listings, they will actually only have 2 qualifications that matter, and then they will add 3 to 5 other qualifications to the job listing that are just there so that the boss thinks it looks like a proper job listing. Because if you actually list only the real job listings, people will not... The boss will think it looks wrong. So you need to add a whole bunch of qualifications. There's a thing where, like, women will typically only apply to a job that they are 80% qualified for, and then men are willing to apply to a job that is they're 50% qualified for. The men are still undershooting. That is the thing about that. That is not like the women are more accurate and the men are over ambitious and hubristic. No, the men are being too humble. The men are still being too humble. If you are more than 30% qualified, just apply. There is diminishing returns on additional qualifications on your job application after the 1/3 mark. If you see it, like the diminishing returns kick in by like around 30%, and they completely flatline at 50%. There's no benefit to being 75% qualified for job applications on average. Over 50%, it does not change. Like they do not care. They actually only care about like 2 or 3 things. Yeah, they do not care. They do not care. Yeah, I mean the thing is, like, you can't. It's not easy to tell. So the actual answer, Tohu, is volume. At least I should be clear. That is 10 years ago advice. Post AI, I don't know what the advice is, but pre AI, the answer was volume. The answer was volume. The answer was that you should not spend more than 15 minutes on a job application. If you're spending more than 15 minutes on a job application, you are wasting your time. Yeah, if you're getting hired, there's other recruiting techniques, but for open applications, it's just chaos. It's just chaos. Okay, we are going to the ads. We are going to the ads. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Tohu is like, I don't know what the numbers might just be worse. It might just be like, instead of applying to like 200 applications, you might want to apply to 500. Might want to use AI to run. I'm not generally an advocate of using AI, but like the way as a person from recruiting, don't respect them. Don't respect them. Just if using an AI to write like cover letters or something like that, I don't actually give a shit. You do in fact actually just want a volume of credible sounding bullshit. That's an actual use case for it, is like using it to spam existing AIs. I think is actually pretty fair. Okay, we're going to ads, and Mikks will join us when we're back. So I'm going to run the ads, I'm going to use the bathroom, and then we'll get set up with Mikks. Oh, that's the wrong one. Hello, we're back.
Hi, I'm Mikks.
This is
It's me.
Mikks. I should add you to the stream info.
I will be here to make up for the fact that my own stream today was terrible.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
Uh,
I woke up late and I was like, oh god, I gotta stream, and my voice was really fucked up and I couldn't speak properly. Right, so
this was the first day this
it
week I
wasn't
was
that
well
bad.
rested. This was the first day this week I
Yeah.
was well rested. I feel
Oh, that's good. I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah, my week
Uh,
has been like a nightmare of sleeping like 1 hour a night, and then like last night I actually
I was
got
well
like 5
rested.
hours.
It's just that, like, if I do anything before about, like, if I don't take like 2 hours and a full meal, I kind of sound like this, and I'm like, right. I like it's also the temperature keeps fluctuating by 10 degrees Celsius every day, which isn't helping. So I wake up with massive post-nasal drip every day. So takes a little while to get used to it, right?
Yeah. Also, hello, Itsy Bitsy Bones. Excuse me. And also, welcome in, Deep One. Yeah, the AI recruiting software thing hasn't really changed that at a fundamental level because, and this is actually like the main way in which I've been incredibly unimpressed with AI. I think it's probably the main way where I've been like super duper. I don't think it's the biggest, but it's one of the bigger ways in which I've been really, really unimpressed. Is the number of times I've seen people list an application, like try to show me an application, and it's just a bad SQL query.
Yeah,
and it's just like,
yep.
This is like like a SQL query, a database with sequence query language, is a very powerful tool, right? Like, it is a very, very powerful tool depending on, like, mostly your data cleaning. Like, if you have a well-cleaned, well-managed database and you know how to use SQL, which is not actually that hard, you have a really powerful tool. We've also had that since the 70s.
Yes.
Like,
very true.
Like, that is not a change. That's not something that was invented in 2023. And it's also, again, worse than what we already had. It's kind of similar to like my joke about
that's just AI in general.
That's just AI in general, and it's a joke. It's the same thing that was happening with like blockchain a couple years ago. Was just like, oh, there's all these cool applications of blockchain, and it's just like, this is a spreadsheet, man. Like,
yeah.
Like,
gamers and tech bros do the same thing, which is they reinvent things that we had in 1970.
Yeah.
Or earlier. And it's really fucking frustrating. It's like, man, wouldn't it be so cool if there was like a video game where like you talk to characters and like your choices mattered? I'm like, you mean King of Dragon Pass?
Yeah, you mean King of Dragon Pass? Isn't that like Wizardry, like the game, the game from which all their games descend? Wizardry does it, like, it's Gork, yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, I will say that the case for that argument, right, is that the for the gamer who says that, right, is that is a way of saying that the game was well made in a certain type of way, and then it's just a question of craftsmanship, right? Like, it's not a novelty that the game has like good NPCs and like a plot line that is coherent and that doesn't feel too railroady, but that's just craftsmanship, right? That's not like an innovation or a revolution. It's just a type of craftsmanship. It's like saying
you
that,
could
like,
fool me, given how gamers and game developers seem to talk about the idea of having tolerable writing in their games.
Yeah, the standards tend to be pretty low. I keep on making the joke about how like Meredith Gran making a video game was just like utterly unfair to the entire medium. We allowed her in here.
The joke that I always make is if they keep getting all these like mediocre novelists, right, to make games, right, to write games. And it, like, I always make the joke that if Han Kang ever took a crack at it, it would probably just end the entire medium. I'm
still thinking a lot about how Josh Sawyer was talking about this on Blue Sky, and he's like, yeah, I went from an average writer to a slightly above average writer over the last 15 years by working on it, and like a bunch of people in the comments were like, no, you're way more than above average. I'm like, I don't actually think so. I think like I like.
No, I think that's about right.
I think that's about right, and like on my favorite written of his games, Pentiment, he's not the main writer at all.
Yeah.
Like he's just not. Like, and I like Josh Sawyer a lot. I think he is funny, and I think he has produced some very good games. But like, I don't think of him as like one of the great writers of our time, and it's probable that some of the people on his staff that he is willing to say is like the main writer or a great writer were the ones who actually did the best writing in that game, right?
Yeah. Yeah, precisely. I don't know. It's really hard to talk about writing with game fans just in general, because their idea of good writing is characters I like and plot points I think are interesting, right?
Hello, Ryan. And I mean, the thing is, like, that's not an invalid part of craftsmanship. It's just also not nearly everything.
It's a damn sight better than what you get in online fiction writing communities, where good writing is writing that is grammatically correct.
I was going to say that it is voluminous and consistent.
Yeah, no. Predominantly, it is actually like the number one thing that people are like, wow, this writing is so good. In regards to in like amateur writing communities on the internet that are like fiction writing communities, this has been the case since I was about 14 or 15 and the internet started being a public thing that people wrote on, right? Yeah. Has been, oh, you actually understand English grammar at the level of a high school senior.
Which is a little bit alarming to me, because I am a big believer that breaking grammatical rules is a really important skill.
Yes.
I think
it should be,
for all of like what people talk about Final Fantasy VII's as like a literary experience, I think most of it's not particularly good. And the one line that really sticks with me is Barrett saying, "Ain't no getting off this train we on."
Yeah.
Which is very incorrect grammar. I think it's a pretty evocative and strong line.
Barrett's entire character is a little bit...
it's very dubious. It's very dubious. I think
it's very dubious as a translation, right?
Yes, it's a very dubious translation, and there is something really harsh to be said about the fact that he just doesn't have anything remotely similar to African American vernacular English in the Japanese. That's just purely editorializing by the English translator.
He doesn't even have like a rough equivalent to the sort of archetype. He's just a cool, tough guy. Yeah, right?
He doesn't have he's just a dad.
He's just a dad. That's like his character. His character is cool. He's the same character as Garuf from 5.
Yeah.
Like, except he has a gun arm.
Ryan, it is a very... The Final Fantasy VII translation... One of my favorite video essays of all time is honestly the... Let's Mosey by Tim Rogers, which is a 13-hour examination of the translation of Disc 1 of Final Fantasy VII. It's very in-depth. It is very in-depth.
I have actually watched that one.
I like it a lot.
It's very well done. I think it is a little up its own ass.
Yeah, that's fair.
As a linguist, I can respect it.
I respect it linguistically, and I also really respect that it has a really powerful literary motif to it beyond just like laying out the facts of the translation and evaluating what was going on with it. It is very fair to say that the original American translation of Final Fantasy VII was a rush job. That failed several times.
Yeah.
Like, this is not just like somebody who was a genius and actually managed, like, the things that look like mistakes are actually all just genius. No, there's quite a bit of it that's just flat out mistakes. And that happens, right? Because the guy had like a one-man team with 2 weeks to translate a lot of text. Like, I don't begrudge them for doing a kind of bad job. I do begrudge them for being pretty fucking racist. That one I can begrudge them for.
Well, my favorite piece of bad translation that I've ever seen in a Japanese game is in the fan translation of Super Robot Wars Alpha Gaiden, right? There is a line where a character refers to his robot as a man in the context of, like, you can't stop me, I'm a real man, right?
Mm-hmm,
That sort of thing, right? It's a very silly line, right? It's from a comedy show. It's a very silly line. This is translated as the line that he says is otoko.
Okay.
The original translator translated this as boy.
Oh.
And they left it in the
Okay.
final release of this patch because it's so goddamn funny.
That is very funny. I also understand how that happens, right? Because one of those things that that I didn't really know that I learned from Tim Rogers, because he worked in the video game industry for a while. He worked for Konami. One of those things I didn't really know is that a lot of the translation, like the text that you have of a game, is not formatted. Video game designers rarely format the text of a game as like a screenplay, let alone like a book.
Not at all.
It's a table.
Yes.
And it may not be obvious to you. Like you will just get like separate lines of dialogue, just all higgledy-piggledy from different parts of the game, in like a not necessarily random order, but not
because
necessarily
the table needs to be
order.
referenced to pull the dialogue when it's relevant, right?
Yep. So if you had a line in that
infrastructural concern,
yeah, if you had a line in that, RF Komos, you're never going to convince me. I love the original PSX translation of FFT. I think that the people who don't like it are just wrong. I think they're just wrong.
You have to understand that Al's approach to this is a very specific analytical lens that is not about taking the game seriously as a script, and it's more about taking the game seriously as a poorly translated historical document.
I'm taking the framing device that the game has, that this is a crank historian railing against the establishment, pretty seriously. I think that's really interesting. Also, I think that the mistakes that they made in the War of the Lions translation in particular, just at a level of basic English language writing, are legitimately insulting. Just flat out. I think the War of the Lions translation is insulting to English speakers. I think it might actually be my least favorite translation of anything.
I don't mind the War of the Lions translation, but the framing device that I think is most important about Final Fantasy Tactics is that it's a puppet show for children.
Yeah, that's true. It is.
Right? So, in that context, I am not offended in the way that you are by the medieval pervert.
Yeah,
dialogue,
the
right?
disgusting pretentiousness of it. The disgusting pretentiousness of it, and the lack of command of the things that make that kind of speech pattern work. Yeah, sorry, it makes me. I know I've got an unpopular opinion.
No. I don't even disagree with you. I don't like the War of the Lions translation. I just also don't like the original Final Fantasy Tactics translation that much. Though, blame yourself or God is a line that goes harder than literal diamonds.
Yeah, no, that's like one of the best lines. That line can forgive a lot of sins. I do think that I'm willing to accept that there are some places where the translation is mostly around like the Ultima stuff is I don't think super great because they kind of make it confusing. But I think that's actually fine. I actually kind of like that.
My actual problem with the translation of Tactics is mostly not to do with the script so much as everything else. The way they translate a lot of the classes in the original translation, the way they translate a lot of the enemies in the original translation really irritate me. Some of them are very clearly mythological references that the translator just did not get.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like the way they spell Ku-Kalane, for example.
Yes, that's like a disaster. Yeah, it's just a disaster. That one's
it's funny. It's extremely funny, but it's just incorrect. There's a few other examples of that, and they're not like Final Fantasy V has an issue where it is pretty clear that Exdeath's name is supposed to be Exodus.
Oh,
given the general theme of the game.
Okay, yeah.
But that's an error in the original script.
That's
that
funny.
They chose not to correct.
That's funny. I like that. Yeah, that makes more sense. I was like, why the fuck is X death? Like, what does this mean? Like, I always wondered about that.
I mean, it could hypothetically have been intentional because X death is the avatar of an evil tree that grew from the body of an evil wizard. That's X death is like one of the most what the fuck even is this guy villains in because he doesn't matter. He's not important. He's a MacGuffin.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And the whole point is that he just actually doesn't matter at all. He's not even a real person. He's a tree. But yeah, no. There's a lot of stuff like this in Final Fantasy in particular that really drives me nuts. From the perspective of like the way it's localized, just missing the cultural reference.
And some of them,
because Woolsey doesn't know shit about anything.
Yeah. I think I'm like this is like where I wind up like in like the like this is me just like being in an unpopular camp, right? Is that I actually like Woolsey's translations. I think he's bold. I don't
dislike them.
Yeah. I think he's bold. I think he has a certain literary flair that is actually pretty compelling.
I don't disagree.
Yeah. People tend to not like him because he's not accurate in some way, and I feel like depending on what it is, that may or may not matter, right? Like
so I've had a lot of conversations with bilingual Japanese people about this, right?
Yeah.
Because I was specifically curious about it, and they are not bothered by Woolsey's translations of the way a lot of weebs are.
Yeah, weebs are bothered because weebs. I mean,
weebs have an idea of what it would look like if it was accurate without actually fucking speaking the goddamn language.
Yeah, this is my nuclear truth bomb of me just being fucking mad. I know Mikks has heard this before. There's a lot of weebs who think that that when you're translating from English to Japanese, there is some true translation, that there is a one uniform, universal translation from Japanese to English that does not require localization and will also not lose any meaning. Which is another way of saying, to be really harsh about it, that is a philosophy that believes that Japanese is not a separate language from English, but just a weird form of encoding English.
Yes, which is a big problem that a lot of people have when it comes to, a lot of English first language speakers have this problem where they believe that all other languages are just encoded English.
Yeah,
which is fucking insane. It would be more accurate to say that English is encoded German.
Yeah, it's a madness. It's madness. It's such a weird hate for. There's a belief, Arv Komos, like I see people do this all the time, where like they will compare a translation of an anime or a manga to the machine translation of it, and hold up the machine translation as the real one, which is madness. Like that is actual madness.
No, see, I come at this from like completely the opposite direction. It's the, oh my god, we're going to be so pure about it and use all the original terminology. And they insist on using, like, words that mean house.
Yeah, my uchi.
Like, yeah. They insist on using the Japanese word for my house or the street.
Yeah, he's my Tomodachi. You know?
Yeah, exactly. It's the this is what's the name of the fucking subgroup? There's a really infamous subgroup that subbed a lot of Kamen Rider and a lot of Super Sentai, who are really famous for just basically not translating.
And just all translator notes, all just like 80% translator notes in the
the sentence would be like "you tachi ga mamoru ga," right? That in fucking just like Romaji in the bottom, right? It's
that's
like,
funny, so
that's not even what he said though.
It's also RFK. This is like just like a very silly aside that I've been playing quite a bit. I've been really into Infinity lately, and one of the Infinity factions is called Ikari Company, and one of the famous memes from the community is they took that Keikaku Main's plan thing and just rewrote it so it's like all according to Ikari, and then Ikari means anger. Yeah. Which it does, and like Ikari Company is like one of the most famously like one-dimensional aggressive factions. Yeah. So it actually works pretty well.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
I like that meme. I like that meme a lot. But yeah, it's I as a person who's a kind of a fan of the translator notes where you just like give up on translating a word and like explain it. I am a fan of this. Hello, the goddess Irene. There is such a thing as you just gave up on translating.
Yes. In the case of this particular subgroup, it's because they were like the exact kind of turbo weeb who would complain about any sort of localization at all in the first place.
Yeah.
Conveniently, it also lets them be incredibly lazy.
Yes,
I think they
that helps a
still
lot.
do stuff, but I always remember that when the Gundam 00 movie came out,
Okay, yeah.
the opening to the Gundam 00 movie is a fictional movie that is being played in universe that fictionalizes the events of the series, and it's a ridiculous shonen anime about the power of friendship. Okay, it's like completely silly. It's the first fucking 5 minutes of this movie is without any like explanation, just this completely nonsensical shit. Okay, like everybody has like multicolored hair and everything. It's like really silly,
of course,
right?
Yes, very silly. Why not? Why not?
When the movie first came out, the first fan sub translated that entire sequence in the style of this other subgroup, including my single favorite line of translation of all time. The original line was said in English, so we translated it into Japanese.
Huh.
They only this part of the movie, right? Like this like so good it's bad and army sort of action movie thing. They have a line where a character says a bunch of stuff in English in the original script, and they just write kanji there in the subtitles.
I like that. That's...
With a footnote. The original line was said in English, so we translated it into Japanese.
I like that. I like that a lot. That's good.
It was a really good bit. People got so upset about this because they thought that they had just downloaded like bad subs. It was really funny.
Black Lagoon did a similar thing.
Yes. Black Lagoon did a similar thing. That was really funny too. Yeah.
To fill in on people who might not know. So Black Lagoon is a anime about a Japanese businessman who gets abandoned for death by his company because of like tax reasons. They're just like, we don't even care about extracting you from this problem. So he just shacks up with pirates in Rangoon, Yangon, modern Yangon. And it's this international group of pirates. Like there's an American, there's a Dutch guy, etc. So it's a Japanese anime. They're speaking Japanese, but they're supposed to be speaking in English. Right, like that's the conceit. That's the conceit. And then the last story arc of the anime, I don't know what happened with the manga. I don't know if it kept going. They're in Japan. Yeah. And so when they're in Japan, it's just the only two of the characters, only the American and the Japanese guy go. And to show that the American doesn't speak Japanese, during those episodes, she just speaks in English. And the VA was not prepared for this.
Revi is voiced by what's her name? Toyoguchi, right?
Okay, yeah.
Who has a very distinctive accent and does not speak English.
Yeah, does not speak English. This was a person reading just katakana. Just reading katakana of English language sentences. She's really
She's very famous for playing a sort of character who's like your aunt from the countryside, right? Is their accent, right? She plays a lot of that sort of character, right? So
also, hello Kayukuma. Hello Kayukuma. Welcome and good to see you, man. Good to see you.
She's also played like 4 different giant whales. Like I don't know what kind of typecast this is, but
that's an interesting typecasting. That is an interesting typecasting.
Maybe she just likes whales. I don't know, but yeah, I think it's like so with Woolsey's translations, right? I actually think they're pretty decent in regards to what they're doing with the narrative and the script and the tone.
Yes,
because I think Woolsey actually does not capture the tone of the script. But he does capture the tone of the world very well. Which I think was very effective for English audiences who might not have been invested in the melodrama of Japanese theater that Final Fantasy is emulating, right? Specifically Japanese papercraft theater and Japanese post-kabuki stage, right? Is how Final Fantasy is written up until 8, which is specifically not written like that, and it was a whole problem. But the thing about Woolsey is that, as I said, Woolsey's also a know-nothing. This is what frustrates me about Woolsey's translations. Woolsey's translations would be great, in my opinion, if he got the mythology right, and the folklore right, and the references to culture right, but he just doesn't. I believe he once fucked up the Biggs and Wedge joke. Which is an American fucking production that it's referencing, right?
Yep. But I do, And hello, Nano. Yeah, I mean, you are correct that he just like there's clearly references that are going over his head, and it's interesting that it's mostly on like the like European side of things, right?
Yes.
As far as I can tell, he largely is getting the Japanese side of the references.
Yes.
But like like I think his translation of Chrono Trigger is quite good. He clearly did not understand that Flea and Slash were music references.
Yes.
He was clearly completely confused by that. And those are artists who were active at the time.
He also does not catch on to the fact that every single he fails at every single reference to any sort of Chinese culture or mythology. Every single one of them. Right?
Okay,
he cannot follow what's going on when Final Fantasy, which does this fairly frequently, references Chinese esoteric concepts.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
For example, Geomancer's Japanese name, and this is actually a relatively clever piece of translation to call it Geomancer, right? But Geomancer's Japanese name is Feng Shui soldier, and what it is doing is Feng Shui philosophy.
Yep.
Right? It happens that they also had that be a lot to do with like, well, rivers and mountains, because that's what Feng Shui is about. But he would not
be the first person to translate Feng Shui as geomancy into English.
This is a very old translation, and it's an interesting one because it has nothing to do with rivers and lakes, or even the geometric element of Feng Shui, but it's entirely because Feng Shui is sometimes practiced using a tool that looks very much like geomantic dice from Greece and Rome.
I always thought it was because geomancy is about the relations between locations.
It is.
That's about locations, and that is the closest cultural analog that British writers had in the 19th century was geomancy.
That is part of it.
That's why I always thought
it was also because of the dice specifically.
Yeah. Okay. Right? Fair enough.
People saw European traders saw Chinese geomancers, right? Chinese Feng Shui practitioners doing divinations with these dice, and they went, "I've read about that. It must be the same."
Yeah, it is. Right? It is probably.
And it just fits surprisingly well. It's
probably.
Right?
I mean, we talked about this the other day when we were talking about magic. This is probably one of those things probably worth noting for, people who are more used to magic in a video game sense. Most of the time in Western philosophy,
in antiquity,
in antiquity through the 19th century. Certainly through the 19th century, magic it's partially about spiritual translation, but very often about knowledge.
Yes.
That it is ways of gaining knowledge. So geomancy is not the magic skill of you wave your hands and like a rock.
Fong, right?
Yeah, it's not about being Toph Fong. It's about like being able to see and understand things about the natural world that other people can't.
And some ley lines shit.
It's part of the ley line shit. Like you can see the ley lines and understand the ley lines in a way that like uninitiates cannot.
It's if you look at the Celtic variation of geomancy, it is a little different because the truth is the Celts are where almost all of the crazy fucking bullshit in fantasy magic comes from.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Their folklore is just fucking shonen anime.
That's actually true. Yeah.
I'm not even kidding. Like, if you read the Ulster Cycle, it's just like an R-rated shonen anime.
Yeah,
that's all it is. It's like actually crazy.
What you're saying is that like we need an anime where at the end of every season, they wipe out the entire protagonist cast and replace them with a new group of immigrants.
Yes. That would actually be really cool. I'm not even kidding. That would actually be really, really cool.
One of my hottest it's not really a hot take, but one of the, like, my most firmly held beliefs about a mismanaged property was I really feel like the Heroes TV series, every single season they should have. What was that?
Oh, I said, oh God.
They should have turned over almost the entire cast every season.
Yeah, I mean,
the show was pretty good. One was about people learning about superpowers and like dealing with them as people.
Yeah, and it was pretty bad as soon as it became a soap opera. Also, the characters were like not very well written. I'm gonna be honest.
That's fair. That's fair.
Like,
I don't think that they're super well written.
I did like the first season
actors.
of that show, though.
Yeah, I think the first season was pretty good.
I watched it pretty dedicatedly.
Yeah,
and then it fell apart.
Yeah, no, it absolutely falls apart from season 2 onwards. Yeah, part of that is
it would have been Heroes should have been an anthology. That's the truth.
It should. Yeah, it should.
And more shows like Heroes, more of these like sort of high concept genre fiction television attempts should just be anthology series, and then you can do the fucking thing that everybody goes berserk for, where like you're like 5 seasons in and you're like, oh yeah, hey, here's a character from one of the earlier seasons. Yeah, they were still doing stuff. It's still the same setting, actually. You just didn't see it because time is different, right? Like these things were taking place at different times. People go berserk for that shit. They love it so much.
Yeah, no, they. That's
how you get ratings on television these days.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of that's a very good way to make a good long form. That's a very good way to make a good long form. It's. And people do not set themselves up for success on this front. They do not. They just don't. They didn't know how to. I mean, the Heroes. I'm like kind of sympathetic to the fact that a lot of why it fell apart was that they decided to continue production while there was a writer's strike on. Which I'm not sympathetic to that general decision, but the fact like you show up to work and like you're not a writer and it's just like we got to get an episode out. Figure it out. Like I understand that causes something to be worse, but that didn't matter.
From my perspective as a superhero aficionado, right? I like cape stuff. Okay, like I genuinely like it. It's often very bad, but I genuinely like it. And one of the big problems that Heroes had, even for the 20-year-old or so me, however old I was when that show was coming out, probably older than that. I don't remember when it came out, but was that they didn't really think about the superpowers part very well.
No, not particularly. No,
right? They weren't thinking. So what you got to do when you try to make a like semi-grounded superhero story for adults, right?
Mm-hmm.
The number one thing you have to do is not think about how do the characters like trump each other, right? Mm-hmm. You're not thinking about that. You're thinking, what are the weird ways a real person could use this superpower?
Yeah.
Right? You gotta do that, right?
Yeah. I mean, that was, again, it was that kind of, I still, my general stance is that the show was strongest when it was about characters figuring out how to deal with the fact that they have become superheroes and the ways that this disrupted their sense of self and their understanding of the world. This is where the show was strong.
That's when it was being X-Men, basically.
Yeah. And it was another way of putting it is, it had a strong opening and then didn't really have any idea of what to do with that strong opening.
Yes.
Tale as old as time.
Couple of extremely talented actors and then a bunch of actors who weren't so great.
Yeah.
I will note, you have a first-time chatterer.
Yes, I do. Wunju from Nap. I think it's funny the first time I've gotten somebody from Nap. I love Nap. Not a Professor is one of my favorite streamers. Not a Professor is amazing.
Not a Professor is a very good streamer.
Yeah, I love Not a Professor. I speak English, I think, to a pretty decent level. My Japanese is quite poor. I was able to travel in Japan semi-coherently talking to people who don't speak English, but I would say semi-coherently, not particularly artistically. And I technically did study Chinese for a little bit, but it is gone. It is gone. It is gone, and I was never good in the first place. So I actually do not know Latin very well at all. I certainly cannot do grammatical translations of Latin. I can recognize Latin words. I can tell that I am looking at, an ecclesiastic document or a scientific document or something like that. Vaguely.
I speak better Latin than I speak Spanish.
Well, in Latin winds up being a complete disaster linguistically, because there are at least 3 competing versions of Latin in the 21st century.
Yeah.
There's a church Latin, there's an academic Latin, and then there's a completely bespoke way of pronouncing Latin for the legal profession.
Yes.
Which is really interesting.
Extremely funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
So my part, I speak English quite proficiently. I speak Japanese not so well. I have a much better comprehension of the language than I do the ability to formulate sentences, and I also speak Polish. My pronunciation is terrible, but I am fluent in Polish. Moje po polsku. And moje po polsku. I speak a little Swedish. I speak a little French. I speak a little German. I speak a little Russian. Right. Not very much of any of those. I'm still learning German. Through the power of Gwendolia streams.
Gwendolia.
So I'm learning how to say really, really vulgar things in German to make people offended.
Oh, I do not speak any Polish, but I do know quite a bit about Chicago. I am familiar with Chicago. Welcome in, Nico 2 based. Welcome in. Good to have you here.
Yeah, that would make sense.
There's I've driven myself mildly insane because there was in like 2012. I was in O'Hare pretty frequently, and there was a vegan friendly hot dog restaurant, like a hot dog specialty place that had vegan dogs and brats, and it was really good. It was really good. Their Philadelphia dog in particular was really good. I ate there a few times, and then every time since then when I've been in O'Hare, I have tried to find it, and I haven't been able to find it, like, after, like, the first 2 or 3 times, and presumably it went out of business, but I went fucking insane, because it's just like, this was really good, and part of the problem, of course, is that O'Hare is, like, a bit of a nightmare to navigate.
Yes, it is.
It is not anywhere near my least favorite airport, but
I have a particular grudge against Midway.
I've spent a lot of time in Midway. Midway kind of sucks, but like, My big grudge
end up there at like 2 a.m.
Oh,
I really need food, and everything costs like $12. And I'm just like, I'm not buying 2 chicken nuggets for $12. Go fuck yourself. I will starve.
DFW is my hated one.
BFW is really bad.
DFW sucks. I don't like Atlanta. I don't like Charleston.
I hate National personally.
In DC.
Yeah, in DC.
Okay,
I don't mind Dulles or
BWI.
BWI, yeah. BWI I actually quite like.
Yeah, like I know you like BWI. I know you're a BWI fan.
Yeah.
I honestly think of the New York ones, I think I like EWR the most.
Oh, that's controversial.
Yeah. Well, honestly, it's non-trivially, it's just that, like, even though I'm in Brooklyn, it's actually easier and more reliable to get to New York.
Yeah. Because of the trains, right?
The trains. I fly out of LaGuardia pretty frequently, but despite being in fucking Brooklyn, LaGuardia is really hard to get to. Really, 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 really hard to get to. And yeah, and for some reason you just get charged like an extra $300 to go to JFK. What's up?
Komos, if you don't mind me asking, are you DC metro area, or do you just down here for work a lot? Don't if you're worried about like doxing yourself or anything, don't take that as like anything like that. I just live here, right? So
yeah.
Okay.
There's a surprising number. There's a surprising number of VTuber people I know in the DC metro area.
Yeah.
I don't know how many of them are like open about it. I know a couple who are. But like,
I mean,
like
DJ obviously.
Yeah,
is,
DJ Noir.
DJ has nearly doxed himself on stream multiple times by yelling at me to like bring him something from somewhere near.
Noir does not give a shit. Noir does not give a shit.
Noir does not give a shit. Look, Midwestern lesbians just don't care. Okay.
The real sign about Noir, the real like level of like Noir not giving a shit. Like people have been like worried about the fact that I don't mind saying that I'm in Brooklyn, and it's like Brooklyn's like 5 million people. Like Brooklyn's huge. People who have met me have trouble finding me in Brooklyn. Like, my neighbors can't reliably find me. And then, like, Noir was living in a town of, like, 500 people in Michigan and was talking about, like, naming it. And I'm like, damn. Like, you're Chicago native? Yeah. I like Chicago. One of my more controversial opinions. I don't even think it's that controversial, but it's one that I think surprises people. Chicago actually has a substantially better bus system than New York. Like,
bus system 100%. Yeah.
The New York, I think the Chicago trains are quite a bit worse than the New York ones, but Chicago's got a much better bus system. The New York bus system though is exceptionally bad for what it is. Actually, Miles, I'm with you on that one.
I will also say when I came back from Japan, I was in San Francisco, and I had to experience BART after 2.5 weeks of Tokyo train system.
The shock to my system.
I wanted to die.
The shock to my system that like I ride, I take like New Jersey transits and like I use the New York City subway system, and then I take the New Jersey transit, and then I fly to Japan, and then I get on the Narita Express, which is I think the nicest and most advanced train I've ever been on. I am actually kind of floored. It was like a weirdly life-changing experience to use the Narita Express. Even compared to other Japanese trains, is remarkable. It's so weird.
Yeah. No, it was so nice. Like it was so nice. For those of you who don't know, Al and I were on a trip in Japan together.
Yeah,
for a while.
Yeah, we were in Japan for most of February.
Right? For most of February. Yes.
Yeah.
So we had a really good time.
It was great. It was lovely. I loved my trip there. I loved being there.
Dude, that tofu place though.
Oh my god. Yeah. No, I've been selling that. I've been hawking that to people. I always need to remember the name of it because the way I always remember the name of it, I go to maps.google.com and I look at my reviews. I can almost remember the first part of the name.
Yeah, it was something Mapo, right?
Yeah, it was Suki, I think. Where is my Suminaki?
Yeah.
Okay, Suminaki Mapo Tofu in Minato, Tokyo.
Yes. Go there. It's amazing.
Go there. One of the few experiences that was so good that we had to do it multiple times was get dinner at Suminaki Mapo Tofu and then go to Atago Jinga.
Yeah.
Atago Jinga is so cool.
Fucking nightmare. That nightmare fucking staircase.
Yeah, Atago Jinga is so cool.
I showed my mother the picture I took from the top of the staircase, and she made a noise of extreme displeasure.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. Gone cross country in the back of a U-Haul about 3 times. That's awful.
That's pretty cool.
That is.
I think it's pretty cool, actually.
I think it is awful because I'm thinking about, like, I have ridden in the back of a U-Haul, and I am just thinking about going more than about 2 hours in that and what that does to your back.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
I am thinking about the lack of cushioning and like poor suspension is where my brain is at.
Yeah. Also, Gorath. I was radicalized by the Japanese train system in like 2005.
Oh yeah,
like,
yeah. No, it's
I've been radicalized since I was over there in fucking Osaka.
I was considerably more radicalized this time because, like, the last I went there when I was
better.
I went there decades ago. This is my second time going. I went there decades ago.
Yeah.
And the thing about going there this time was that the previous time I went there, I hadn't already been living in New York for like 6+ years. And the thing is that having lived in New York for 5, 6, 7 years and then going to Japan, this is like very local politics. I am sorry that I do this, that I sometimes turn the stream into the local New York politics podcast. But you guys just have to tolerate this. You guys just have to live with the local New York City politics podcast here. New York City has, by far and away, the best subway system in the United States. Bees in my coffee, thank you for the follow. It is extremely funny to time that with me taking a pivot to one of the dumbest things we've got going on here. One of our dumbest recurring segments. The New York City subway system is, I think it's uncontroversial, the best subway system in the United States. I don't think that's controversial.
Yeah.
There are
the
reasons.
only one that competes is like Metro, maybe.
Yeah, there's reasons to prefer Metro or Chicago. I think the big difference between DC Metro and New York, and I think this is a huge advantage in New York, in New York's favor, is that the DC Metro just does not have anywhere near enough stops.
I agree.
Yeah, it
does not cover nearly enough space.
Yeah,
either.
The network effect of having more station stops for a subway system is incredibly powerful and useful. And
yes, we have our bus system is also completely inadequate.
Yeah, it's DC is still ultimately kind of a car city.
Yeah, I hate that. It would be so much better.
It is a car city that begrudgingly has a functional public transit system because otherwise the city would choke and die. But the New York has an actual public transit system, and a huge thing that has been going on for decades at this point is that the New York City subway system is non-ADA compliant. It is illegal. It is breaking the law like crazy because it is a subway system that was fundamentally built in the 1940s, and so only a small percentage of the subway subway system has good access. And hello, Monte Hendozi. Has good wheelchair access, which is not just a problem for people in wheelchairs, although that is more than enough reason to give a shit. That is a problem for people with dogs. That is a problem for medical emergencies. That is a problem for parents. That is a problem for maintenance.
Yes.
It makes maintenance here much, much rougher. That you either have to use the maintenance elevators, which may not always be accessible, or you're hauling maintenance equipment up and down the fucking stairs. And maintenance in New York is brutal because it's a 24/7 subway system.
Yes.
So the maintenance requirements are brutal. There's no shutdown time. Anyway. The point I am getting to here is that every single fucking station in Japan had an elevator. There was one station I can remember not having an elevator, which is the Inari station in Kyoto. And the reason why it doesn't have a elevator is because the boarding platform is 2 feet above street level. So it's just a very gentle ramp to the boarding platform. Everything is level boarding, which New Jersey Transit is not bad, but like 1/3 of the stations are level boarding. That's so huge. Level boarding is so impressive. And the reason why I'm getting to this in the case of New York City politics is like less than 1/3 of our stations have elevator access. And we've been trying to get elevator access for 100% of our stations, and it's somehow supposed to cost like $20 billion, and that's just not possible. I just don't believe
there's no
that.
fucking way.
There's no fucking way. Me and Mikks went to some rural areas. We went to a Japanese town that was like, there was the Japanese equivalent of Rust Belt, right? That like this was a town that this population had been in consistent decline since like the 70s, and was like, it was like Japanese Flint, Michigan, and it still had level boarding, a pedestrian overpass, elevators, and a goddamn museum in a train station for a town of like 30,000 people. It was a train station that was nicer than Secaucus Junction for a town of 30,000 people. It drove me insane.
It just, like, I'm gonna be totally honest, right? I haven't been to Tokyo in a really long time, right? Like, I haven't been to Japan. I hadn't been to Japan before this year. I haven't been to Japan since like 2014, right? I haven't been to Tokyo since like 2007. Tokyo is so much better now.
Yeah.
Tokyo is, it just has improved in every way, and the public transit in the country has also improved in pretty much every way. Like, this is almost unambiguous. Like obviously I'm a stupid foreigner, so what do I fucking know? But as somebody who used trains a lot in Japan in the early 2000s, they are so much better now. As a foreigner, and probably as a person from Japan as well, right?
A thing that I was really hit by was, because my favorite part of it was all the time I spent in Kyoto, and so I spent a lot of time in the Kyoto station, and the Kyoto station, unless you are like, if you are in any of the main hallways in the Kyoto station, there is tape on the ground leading to every major train line. Like, you can, if you it is so easy to find where you're trying to go in the Kyoto train station. You just look down, you read at something, and then you follow, like, the blue or the pink tape to whether you're going to the Shinkansen or the JR
the
rail.
Only train station I disliked was Shinjuku.
Shinjuku Station sucks. It sucks.
Station sucks.
It sucks. It was actually really baffling that, like, they just had a station that was like really kind of Penn Station. They just like all of a sudden had Penn Station. I was really jarring. Shinjuku Station was really jarring. But Kyoto Station was incredible, and the reason why this makes me so mad is that it's so cheap.
Yeah.
That's the part that drives me nuts.
It is so cheap to travel.
No. I'm talking about the improvements. Like doing that improvement.
Yeah.
I understand that, like, tunneling more stations is expensive as hell. Mining out a new station is expensive as hell. But elevators, mediocrely expensive, but putting down decent signage so that people can figure out where the hell they're going, not just in train stations, also on the street.
I could fucking do this. I could fucking do this for $20.
Yeah, I understand.
I could go to a hardware store and buy tape for $20.
Yeah, I understand. Like, oh yeah, it's like the special tape that's like extra durable, but like, we did this during COVID everywhere. It's
It always just that's what it takes, though. It has to be like an imminent existential threat, or we don't get anything fucking done in this country. It's so terrible. It's I don't know, man.
Hello Shark Ray. I used to follow a transit blogger that I kind of stopped just because I just kind of like lost interest. But there was a transit blogger who I followed for a long time. Who's like, his specialty was like, why do subway systems cost as much as they do in different countries? And the big thing that he saw that drives up cost is that within the network of train planning and like subway planning and public works planning, there is a hierarchy. Americans are on top, and then other English speakers are below that, and then other Europeans, and then so on downwards. And the thing is that information never flows upwards. The US American transit planners refuse at a profound emotional level to believe that they could even learn a lesson from Koreans or Spanish subway planners who are the best in the world. They just do not believe that is possible. And this means that speaking English is a bigger price premium for subways than going from cut and cover to tunneling. Tunnel boring machines exert a lower cost pressure than speaking English. It's insanity. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. Emperor's Armpits being from a country that has famously good transit as well. We are going to the ad break. We are going to the ad break. I need to use the bathroom. I'm going to encourage everyone else to use the bathroom and get some water.
I'm going to get some water myself.
We'll be back in a few minutes. Enjoy the ads. Enjoy the fan art. Snitch on the ads because it has been funny to see how much they're advertising gambling on here. All right, we'll be right back. So go. All right, we're back. Mikks may
Hello
be a
there,
little bit.
chat room. Yeah.
Let's see what people got. And I think that shit is why I think they're fucking stupid as hell. Shark Ray, I fully agree. I fully agree. Haven't seen ads in over a year now. Now I'm curious. I will say something I find kind of interesting about the ads. I usually have ad blocked really, really strongly on most sites, and the Twitch ad blocker, mine doesn't work very well, and I kind of just don't mind it. I kind of just let it roll because I know that the streamers get an extremely tiny amount of money for that, and so I just kind of let that go. But the ads, whenever I usually just kind of like do something else when the ads play. The main ad I get is for Valorant. They really want me to hop on Valorant.
Hop on Valorant, posting picture that is incredibly lewd for no reason.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't know if this is because they know I'm a streamer and they think that I should be playing Valorant because that's what streamers do. Like Valorant took out like a huge bounty on people who stream, or if they just think I'm really single and they're trying to get me laid, because that is apparently the strategy these days.
Well, it's true. It's true. Like
not even get laid. It's how you get married. It's how you get married.
It's how you get married. And it's definitely how you meet women, because if you are a person who is interested in meeting women and is not surrounded by them at all times, despite the fact that they have no power over you and they should learn that already, Valorant is apparently where you go.
Yeah. I mean, it's something to be said that the way that I learned what Valorant was from lesbians. Was from lesbians flirting. Oh, Ash! Yep. It's Ash! Hello, Nocturnal Ash! Hello. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I'm doing a pure just chatting stream today. I haven't done one of these in a while because my hands get distracted, but I kind of just am like looking at my model and not feeling like painting it. So we're just chatting. We are just chatting. We're talking about game design and complaining about how Japan is better at designing. That's just lesbian. Oh, okay. So I'll fill you in a second. I usually do calligraphy on stream. That's my main thing. Today I'm talking about game design with my friend Mikks.
Hi, I'm Mikks.
That's Mikks.
That's me.
And
I heard my name, so I'm talking now.
Yes. I was just alerting people what is happening here. Just catching them up. I play a lot of city builder type games. Nocturnal Ash, for people who are wondering, Nocturnal Ash was the original designer of Inkwell. This little guy. The little guy on my shoulder.
Yeah. Fantastic artist, by the way.
Yeah, excellent work. The Hello Chocolate. Yeah. It has been said of WoW that it was the first social media service with an MMO attached to it. Valorant followed this up by making a lesbian dating service with an FPS attached to it. Yes. I was talking about ads, and the only ads I ever get on Twitch are Valorant. They want me to hop on Valorant. Something I'm not going to do because it's not Linux compatible. So I guess they can't tell that I'm on a Linux machine, but they can tell that I'm a streamer, which is understandable. But I was joking that maybe they just think maybe they just think I'm too single and I need to fix that because of Valorant's reputation as a dating service.
You are disappointingly single.
I don't know if it's disappointing.
Well, it's disappointing to me.
But yes. Yes. How was the stream, Nocturnal Ash? What were you guys doing? But yeah, I have really. I don't know. We kind of got on a loop talking about like translations in Japanese design. Drawing a friend of yours. Excellent. Oh, hey, the shadow pod is working again.
Yeah.
That was
yeah. I got fixed. It broke like for almost everybody before, and I noticed that I saw somebody else just do it, so I figured, it probably works again.
Okay. Excellent. It's like you're so. I mean, this is the thing. I'm gonna talk about something I know a little bit more about than that I've got a little bit more expertise on, which is mating practices, right? Which is mating practices of the of the great primates of North America, as they say it. And the thing about this is that almost everybody in human history, like, gets married and has kids. Like, that's really normal and common. It is not that there were always, it's not like 100%, but it's pretty high. And it's not actually very many. Yes. Even in modern times.
Yes, this is not actually hard. Like,
It
I
is
will say this as somebody who is pretty adverse to this entire element of the entire human condition, in my own way. I won't get into it. But it's not actually extremely hard to get married and have kids. It is extremely hard to get married and have kids to the person that you wish to get married and have kids to with.
And it's and there's the ultra hard mode one, which is having an actually good and healthy relationship.
Yes.
That's getting a partner is not that much of a challenge. Getting a good relationship is. Bad relationships are very common.
And it requires a incredible take this from an older guy who's had a lot of relationships in his life, okay? It takes a lot of fucking work. There is no dream romance. It doesn't work like that. You gotta be, like, really real about this stuff, or it's gonna fail, right? Like, I'm not saying that you can't be sentimental. I'm not saying that you can't be in love, right? I'm simply saying that being in love actually takes a lot of emotional labor on everybody's part.
Yep.
And it's important to approach these things with very open communication and a lot of practicality. Because when it comes down to it, at least in my experience, which is admittedly limited, right? I've only had... Okay, the numbers are not in three... it's not 3 digits, okay? I have not had 3 digits worth of relationships.
Okay,
I will say that. But the thing that kills relationships in my experience most frequently is an inability to be practical about disputes. Right? By which I mean specifically too much idea swirling around in people's heads about how things should be.
Yep.
How a relationship should be, how being in love should be, how romance should be, right? How your boyfriend should be, how your girlfriend should be, how your significant other, your partner, your wife, your husband, whatever, your whatever term you want to use for it. How they should be and how they should behave and what they should do and what you should expect of them and what you shouldn't expect of them. And it's usually the real killer. And they do say poor communication kills, but in this case, it's really that impractical communication kills. Wanting grand shows of affection and emotion and sentimentality to occur without in any way communicating that these should occur and that you appreciate them and that you like them,
and I
means
will,
they're never going to happen.
Yep. And I will make the somewhat arguably more powerful claim that different people have different things that they find romantic.
Yes.
There are quite a few grand romantic gestures that do very little for me. And there are some pretty small things that people can do for me that really affect me. That really profoundly affect me. And it's not obvious, I think, which ones are which. And so this creates situations, right, where I have to think about a person doing something for me that I don't even particularly like, and them expecting me to be very, very appreciative and pleased with it.
Yes.
And you kind of need to know these things about yourself and to know how to communicate them with your partner. I'm a very risk-averse person in general. I'm a very cautious person. I tend to emphasize, the defensive measures. I tend to think about most things that I do in life as about evading failure and mitigating the results of failure, under the assumption that, right, that just the continued living through life and doing things at a basic level is pretty good. My default is that things are very good and that they can be interrupted by bad things, and I'm not as worried about making things exceptionally good. My default is pretty good, and then it's about avoiding the really bad stuff. I'm just saying this as a mindset thing that, to me, when I think, I think this colors it. When I think like, what is the most important quality about a relationship, it is, how do I and this other person handle conflict?
That is extremely important. As somebody who could charitably, I suppose, be called a conflict resolution guy, right?
Okay, not what I thought you were going for.
Conflict resolution therapist of a sort, right? A lot of what I do in my life these days and a lot of the training that I have is about reducing harm by resolving conflict. It is pretty important to know how you respond to conflict. Yep. And how your partner responds to conflict, whether that is a romantic partner or just some other sort of
business partners is a big one. I can say that one. And
artistic partners.
And it's also worth saying that, like, it's there. I don't think that there's people sometimes hear this and they think that there's like that people have just like a way that they respond to conflict. And I will talk about myself here because, this is my stream and I think people want to know things about me. I am actually pretty conflict averse.
How arrogant of you.
Yeah, how arrogant of me. I am a pretty conflict averse person. I am not so conflict averse that I am unwilling to tell people when I am unhappy. Right? I am willing to tell somebody, I'm sorry, this wasn't working for me. I'm usually fairly nervous about it. And if I know that I have to have a big confrontation with somebody, I will be pretty evasive about it. But I will tell people, like, hey, can you like check in on this? Or like, hey man, there's a problem here. Like, I'm usually fair. I'm all right with this. That said, around people who are highly emotive and that I perceive as having unpredictable mood swings, around those people, I am really conflict averse. I will, when I'm around somebody who I feel like I have trouble predicting how strongly they're going to react to to like bad news or even good news, I will simply avoid telling them anything that isn't positive. And that's really bad. That's a very bad habit. And in the case of thinking about that in romantic terms, that means that around these very highly passionate types of people, they're not serious romantic prospects for me.
Of course, yeah.
Because it's not going to be a good time. I'm going to feel like I'm walking on eggshells the whole fucking time.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be able to relax.
You just genuinely do not want from a relationship. You want to, like, if there's one thing that relationships generally are agreed to bring people, it is comfort. That is generally something that people seek from their relationships. Comfort in some form. For some people, that's comfort of feeling like your life is like more exciting because you have somebody else in it, which is a form of comfort. I will like clarify, right? It's pretty important to understand that feeling like you've got stuff going on is a form of comfort.
Yep.
Right? And feeling like you were chosen is a form of comfort as well.
Yep. And to be clear, I know people who like those kind of highly passionate type of relationships. I know people who thrive in that situation. I am not one of them. And for the for Shark Ray and Itsy Bitsy Bones, it's I know people who meet the description that you were describing who got married and had kids, right? Like,
Yes.
I know all sorts of people who have done all sorts of things in relationships, and it is more difficult to meet more people if you are unwilling to get out there and meet people. And given the mating structure of the American kinship system, to put it, very broadly, but that's a very anthropological terms. If you see terms like kinship system, and that's they're talking about sex. The
It's so fucking annoying.
Well, it's meant to be generic, but also I think it was kind of designed for dealing with like prudish academics. I don't even know if it was dealing with prudish academics so much as like not wanting people in the public to like read what you are writing and go, I can't believe our school system is funding this.
I mean, that is one of the reasons. As a prudish academic here, right?
Yeah.
As the prudish academic out of the two of us academics currently on
Yeah,
stream,
yeah.
right?
True.
My issue with this is that it feels like attempting to intellectualize something that I would not consider to have any intellectual value.
Well,
and
it's
that's what kind of irritates me about that entire field of study, right?
you've gotta know this stuff if you want to know the culture. If you're doing anthropology, is something
Sure,
you gotta
of
know.
course,
You gotta know.
of course. Of course.
But anyway,
I don't disagree with that at all.
Yeah. To put it in the to bring it back down to earth, though, the way that Americans, and I don't know how true this is of all cultures that currently exist on Earth. I know that it is less true of Japan and China. I'm not sure if I can speak to, Europeans, for example, but I definitely know it's less true in Japan and China. The expectation is very, very firmly on the man making the first move. There is a really interesting twist on this. One of the really interesting twists here is that one of the stronger predictors of a strong and healthy relationship that has been found sociologically in America, again, this is America specific, is that the woman made the first move.
Mm-hmm.
I've found this quite interesting. It is entirely possible this is somewhat similar to the most successful, the lowest divorce rates are relationships with Black women, where the way that social stigma operates means that when it is overcome, there's a stronger foundation. And so that if it were less socially stigmatized, we would see less of this. I'm saying it's a data artifact. It might be a data artifact. You can never, I am always willing to look for a data artifact. But that's just an interesting wrinkle. But the reality, right, is that if you are a USian, the expectation is that the man makes the first move. And so if you are a man who has a lot of trouble talking to and approaching other people, that is going to hurt. That said, as a person who has generally not particularly had trouble finding interested parties, well, Nanomancer, I'm going to give you the big one. Get interested in activities that are... I am not RF Komos. That are
He's
feminine.
actually very good looking. He's lying to you.
I don't think I'm particularly good looking. That are feminine coded, though. That is what I'm getting at. And this is really easy, right?
Nana's already one of the girls.
Nana's already one of the girls.
Everybody knows this.
Become more one of the girls.
He gets invited to all of the girl meetups.
Good dating advice on these goddamn scrolls. I am actually not particularly good at that. Look for it depends on depending on the language. Look for linguistic artifacts that correspond with certain fashions in time. That's what I got for you. That's what I got for you. If you see Hit the Gritty, you know that it's after a certain point in the 2000s, and if you see OMG, you know that it's after 1946. But could be any time after that, right? Like, look for linguistic artifacts like that. If you see the long S, it's probably before 1800. But not necessarily, but probably. Usually wait for the other person because you make too nervous. Well, that's how you lose. Itsy Bitsy Bones.
I mean,
yeah, I mean, it turned to
So,
dating advice because we had to talk about Valorant, which is mostly about dating.
I have never in my life made the first move. Now, I am a gay man.
Yes.
It should be noted, I am a gay man, so I am dating other men. Not that I've always identified as a gay man, right? I didn't figure this shit out until I was over 20. I was like 20 fucking 5 because I'm a dumbass. Okay, I'm a little dense. But the real thing is that also there is a tactic here, which is go places and be, I'm gonna say be interesting, right? And by this I do not mean carry a guitar around. By this I mean have things to say if people approach you. Right? Have, like, if somebody else takes interest in you, take interest in them in return. That's the thing that I think works for friendships and relationships, right? Any sort of relationship, right? Taking interest in what somebody else has to say when they approach you, if they approach you. And I think that eventually there will be people who just approach you. Like, if you are going places where there are other people, somebody at some point will wonder, oh, what's that person doing? I wonder what they're up to. Right? My biggest piece of advice for dating and for relationships and for just being a person who's like a little bit happier with yourself in relation to other people is to have stuff going on that you care about. Listen, I have a lot of female friends and every single one of them says the same goddamn thing about this, which is, you know what the most interesting thing about a guy is? That he's got stuff going on that he cares about.
Yes.
Right? It's not even just passion. It's having things that he cares about that aren't just like his job and women.
Yep.
Right? And I do not think that anybody in this chat or in your audience, period, is guilty of not caring about things.
I think Sharkray, you are overthinking very badly. I will say that the biggest advice, and this is advice about making any sort of friends, is to be interesting, be interested.
Yes.
Make a conscious choice to put more of the emphasis on other people and ask them questions, ask them follow-up questions. Here's one of the life hacks. There is in fact an actual brain hack for dealing with particularly Americans. This is very effective on Americans. Is when somebody tells you what their job is. Wow, that sounds really challenging.
Yeah.
Everybody's job is fucking hard.
Yeah.
Your hairdresser has a hard job. They fucking do.
No,
the only people have an easy job.
The
only person who's got an easy job is your landlord. Everybody has a fucking hard job, and everybody likes being appreciated for the fact that they're putting in hard work.
And, if for some reason you run into one of the rare people who don't, right? The rare people who will respond to this with like a sardonic sort of like, nah, I just kind of sit on my ass all day. Well, that's an in too.
Yeah, it's
like, oh man, you must have so much free time then. What do you do? Like, do you read a lot, or like bring up like subjects that they might be interested in, right?
Yep.
If they're like a 30-something, you could probably ask, oh, so do you game then? Because
they do, they do, they do, and this is a thing that takes a certain amount of practice, and I think the biggest thing to remember in this, and this also applies to Itsy Bitsy Bones, and I think probably a couple of other people here, honestly, I understand that it is scary to face the possibility of rejection. The more you do it, the easier it gets. The big thing that fucking murders you as a human, I'm going to invoke my one big Evo psych thing. My one big Evo psych belief. humans are social animals, and we evolved to live in groups of about 100 people. So getting rejected by 5 different people is fucking cataclysmic and is a probable signal that you are about to be cast out of the tribe and into the wilderness to die. That is not how the modern world works. This is a thing that our Savannah ape brains are not like adjusted to. Our Savannah ape brains are not adjusted to this.
It's really telling how easy it is to catastrophize about how you'll be alone forever anytime anybody doesn't like you.
Yep.
Right? Anybody. It doesn't matter who they fucking are. They could be the biggest fucking asshole in the world. You can hate them. And you can just be like, I'm going to be alone forever. He doesn't even like me. Like, not even this whole asshole likes me. That sort of shit, right? Like, it's so easy to catastrophize about this stuff. It's so easy, right? Even for those of us who are very aware of what we're doing, it's so easy to do.
It's so easy to do. It's easy to do. It's very natural to do. It's almost comforting to do. And
it's comforting because it means you don't have to try anymore.
Yeah. And
it's surrender. Right?
It's surrender. Which is...
It's saying, well, I'm just fucked, I guess. The world just hates me, and I'm just doomed. Oh, well, I guess I'll give up and eat more banana.
Yep. And it's something that you...
I better eat all this banana, actually, because if I don't eat all this banana now, then I won't have it later, because I'm going to be cast out of the tribe, and everything's doomed, and I'll be all alone, and I'll never have another banana, right? It's very easy to do, right? I do know a little bit about this particular subject.
This
is one that I know about, right?
Oh, yeah, no, you can... I generally recommend eating more banana.
You should eat more bananas.
You probably should. It is unlikely that anybody in my audience is having too few banana. That is, I'm sorry, too many bananas. Very unlikely that any of you guys are having too many banana.
You would have to eat a tremendous number of bananas.
Yeah. I do believe that it's easier to get potassium poisoning if you're on certain forms of HRT, but otherwise, if you are not on certain forms of HRT or a couple of other drugs that interact with bananas in funny ways, it's like 15,000 calories of banana to get to potassium poisoning level. Like it's like a lot. It's a lot. Yeah. I know this because people were worried about me getting potassium poisoning because I was eating like a pound of bananas a day, and it's like nowhere near it. It's like nowhere near it.
No, you're not even close. That's a pound of banana. That's not even close, right?
Not even close. It's a lot.
Potassium poisoning is more dangerous. Not if you're taking potassium pills.
Oh yeah, that would make sense.
That's where it's dangerous. Right?
Yeah, I feel like there was some feminizing set of HRT that would cause you to retain the potassium more and not clear it from your system at the right rate, but I can't remember.
Yes. I do not remember whether this is even... It might be. I do not remember whether this is even relevant anymore, though, is the main thing, right?
It's probably not Spiro, because Spiro's the one that makes you like pickles. That's what Spiro does. It makes you crazy for pickles.
That just sounds like a huge win to me. That's not a side effect. That's just like pickles are great.
Spiro's a really funny drug because it's like the one that most of the trans women in my life are like, oh yeah, this is like the life-changing drug. And it's like trans women are such a tiny percentage of the people who take Spiro. It's primarily for men over the age of 50 with heart conditions.
Yes.
It's really funny to me that it has this like side effect.
One of my uncles takes it for that reason. Right?
Yeah. So. It's great for it. It's great for it. And it's like the trans woman drug. Shark Ray. I mean, I suppose that's something to work in therapy with. Amusingly, Shark Ray, you play Infinity, and Infinity is actually a pretty good game for helping yourself learn to not catastrophize.
Yes, actually.
Because
unironically.
Yeah, I played a game this afternoon where my opponents, we got like middle of the second turn, and he was like, of his second turn, he was like, well, I'm not going to have a third turn at all, so I may as well just like do completely balls to the wall stuff right now and be completely reckless. And then it turns out he had 9 orders left in his third turn. Like, it was like a perfectly functional number of orders. He nearly won.
Yeah. Hey, Shark Ray, a question. Have you played Darkest Dungeon? Because that's actually another game that's good for this.
Yeah.
Unironically, it teaches you risk management strategies at a pretty high level, and also teaches you to deal with random shit that you're not expecting happening.
I'm also
this is why a lot of people don't like that game, but I will tell you, as somebody who likes having to deal with random shit that I'm not expecting happening because it's actually strategically interesting, unlike perfectly executing my perfectly planned strategy in a way that is perfect. Uh, yeah.
Yeah, I will also say this is a broader. This is particularly a romantic form, particularly like a romance advice thing. This is like a bigger romance advice thing, which is unlike a video game. Unlike a video game, risk management in romance is a stupid framework.
Yes, it's an extremely stupid framework. Right?
The only things that actually win are the far tail stuff. Those are the only things that win. You simply do not score, so to speak. Not in the her sense, but in like you do not achieve your objectives. You do not fall in love playing it safe. And like you just don't. You will not get anywhere if you do not take a risky stake on the people that you are interested in. If you like somebody, they are not going to appreciate that you did the good expected value thing. They are going to appreciate that you put yourself out there and went out on a limb for them in specific. Don't fucking bother with the safe plans. The safe plans are just traps. You have to do big swings. That's it. The end.
It's if I may say one thing to add on to that, right? Which is just that you also have to please keep in mind, though, if you're going to take big swings, be prepared to miss.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah, being prepared to miss is
really important, okay?
Yeah.
Like I'm trying really hard not to go on my rant about love being an incredibly dangerous and unsafe thing. But like it's really important that you have a emotional backup plan for yourself.
Absolutely critical. Yeah.
If you are taking a big emotional risk of any sort.
Thank you for pointing this out. Thank you for pointing this out because this is I am such a believer in this as like the most important thing for a person to have and develop. That I almost kind of forgot to say it, right? That's
I find it important to point this out, especially with matters of the heart, so to speak, right? Because I have known one too many people in my life that have staked all of their hopes and dreams on one thing occurring. And then something goes wrong.
Yep.
And they are emotionally destitute as a result. And it's important, basically what I would say is it's important to have other things. This is why it's important to have stuff going on. This is why it's important to have things in your life that you value that aren't about another person's feelings for you. Right? Yep. Like it's very important to value the people around you and the people and what they feel about you, and it's very important to value what you feel about them as well. It's very, very important. This is essential for humans to do anything. It's
have
also
to be
important to value yourself.
Yes.
It's incredibly important to value your own experience with yourself as a human. To value your mind, to value your feelings, to value your interests, to value your experience with the world around you and your internal experience, the interiority of your person. It matters. You matter.
Yep.
You are like people just matter a lot. And this is weird coming from a nihilist, but this is about the only thing that I can decisively say is important. It has meaning, right? Which is the interiority that a person experiences in their life. Yeah.
Oh, Atochi, thank you for the follow. That's very, very kind of you. Yeah, I just in general believe like the most important thing for you to have as a human is to have resilience. Particularly emotional resilience, and to be resilient to your failures. Yes, Gomez and Morticia are actually a pretty good example of what I mean by like big swings, right? Like that may not be the particular type of swings that you want to take. Be aware of this, but people aren't going to appreciate a safe gift. They're going to appreciate a meaningful gift. And that means that you have to take a risk that you're going to choose something wrong.
Sometimes the meaningful thing is safe, though.
Oh, that's true. This is true. There's multiple ways of understanding the word safe. Yeah.
I could bring Al some really nice fruit, and he would probably appreciate it.
I really would. I really would.
It would be a nice gift for my friend, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And I am a fucking asshole, and I don't appreciate material things, but I will appreciate being thought of.
Yeah.
Right? Always. Right? And so even if somebody brings me something that I don't really want or don't really need, I tend to take that in the way it was. Like, I'm a very safe person to give gifts to, right? Because I don't reject people.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, the only time I will reject somebody on a gift is if I think they are hurting themselves to get it for me and I don't really need it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Right? Like, I do not, I really do not want people to spend money on me, for example. That's the thing that makes me pretty uncomfortable. But, yeah. I do agree with you that when it comes to, not necessarily to the relationships themselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
Once you are in like an established situation, so to speak, right? Sometimes it's better not to do the big swings.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things that you will learn about the person, right? You'll learn about the person and what they appreciate.
It's also that, like, not... The truth is, right, as much as romance novels and romance enthusiasts try to make you think that this is like the most exciting thing in the world, a lot of a relationship is just like mundane everyday being together.
Oh yeah, I mean that's
part of what makes it valuable.
That's like the joke about relationships is that basically every relationship eventually every relationship's conversations generally turn into dinner and gossip.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, they pretty much always converge on that. Yeah, that's just something you got to live with.
It's mostly like I feel. Sorry, a lot of my philosophies around the idea of romance, right, come from a place of seeing people brainwashing themselves into believing that what they see in movies and on television is reality and not drama.
Yeah.
And it worries me. It worries me because it leads to people believing that they are doing it wrong when they don't have this fucking magical storybook romance. And it's like, no.
Oh yeah.
That is doing it wrong.
Yeah. Also,
like
I didn't say hello to
you're not doing anything wrong.
I didn't say hello. Hello, Chris.
Yeah.
And it's interesting, the interaction between what you see on like TV or books versus how people behave in real life and what works in real life. And I do think this is actually a place where this is more for men. This is something I found very helpful. Reading stuff written by and for women is good. Like, it's good to understand the other side and understand how they might be seeing you, right? Understand the stereotypes and pretenses that lead them to have their particular thoughts about men.
With the caveat of there be some depraved straight women out there, okay?
Like, I am honestly less impressed by the depraved straight women. Maybe that's just because like I'm pretty open-minded about people being complete freaks. the one that I look at is like the conspiracy theory TikTok stuff. The weird people, men get weird in a lot of ways, but there is a specific like for straight women like conspiracy theory heteropessimism that's very popular on like TikTok and social media that is like this is people just having paranoia. This is paranoia.
Oh, yeah.
This is paranoia being broadcast. It is.
Yeah.
It has more in common with conspiracy theories than it does with.
This is true.
Yeah.
For clarification, I was thinking of your Ayn Rand types.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
Be a
that's
little
fair.
suspicious of that narrative, okay? Just she has a weird fetish, okay? That's what's going on there, right?
Yes. And hello, Dr. Hidaka. Hello, Dr. Hidaka. General kind of hot take of. I just realized that I forgot to send something out. General kind of hot take. Oh my god, I got derailed by that. Oh yeah, the general thing that you should probably. We actually haven't been having very many video game. The video game opinions kind of ended as soon as Mikks came in.
It always does because I hate video games. That's my hot take. That's my gaming opinion. Video games suck.
But yeah, but we could make fun of fighting games players. But my one of my general beliefs about how to improve your life is that even if you are not actually interested in participating, it can help to learn some things about consensual BDSM.
Oh yeah.
Because it turns out that quite a few major personality defects and even political defects that are pretty popular are things that could just be solved by somebody knowing a little bit more about consensual BDSM. I am thinking about the trad wives. I'm thinking about the trad wives. We could save their lives.
Things that could be solved if people would stop being so fucking basic. But
yeah.
sorry, I'm as a gay man from a certain era. I know a lot about BDSM.
Yeah, I know you do.
But as a masochist, I also know a lot about BDSM. But
yeah. But yeah, it's there are definitely some folks out there, men and women, who it's like this was stuff that should have been a scene, not a political philosophy.
Yes, I suppose that is true.
But yes. Like yeah, huh? Something, just people being consensual and open. Yep. No, that's like the big thing. That's the big thing. Yeah. Even if it's not something.
It is the big. Yes. It is the important part.
Even if the actual specific practices are not particularly interesting, the framework can be very helpful, and just kind of noticing that things that you might want might be better off contained, in specific ways rather than just kind of a wild, free-floating thing that you participate in at random.
I think the thing that is typically most important about learning about BDSM as it actually is, and not as Hollywood would like you to believe it is, is how openly communicative and direct people into BDSM are. It is BDSM, I will tell you, is a place that is extremely safe for the neurodivergent.
Yes.
It is extremely safe if you have sensory issues. It is extremely safe if you have traumas, because people are fucking obsessed with consent and obsessed with making sure that they understand exactly what somebody wants.
Yep.
They are this is really, really, really important to anyone who's actually into the BDSM scene for real, right?
Yeah.
And it actually can be extremely helpful to understand this, because it opens up the idea that you could just talk about the things that you want. I say this as somebody who never talks about the things that he wants. Right?
Yeah.
It really, really, really helps people. And I try not to knock it, even though I find it all a little bit cringe.
Yeah.
Like that's my problem. That's a personal problem of mine. It's a skill issue of mine that
Well, and it's also
I find people enjoying things cringe.
well, and I mean, yeah. I will put this in very, very basic terms in a way that I think, again, this is going to upset Miks's sensibilities around of like letting people enjoy things, but chances are that you have things that you want that are stigmatized, right? Or even
by mainstream culture. Yeah.
By mainstream culture, or even potentially not even possible, right? You may want some things that are only safe to do or only possible to do in a fantastical, fictional, contained context. And being able to articulate those ideas, even if they're not necessarily sexual desires, being able to articulate those ideas and communicate with another person and actually stand your fucking ground. That's an important one, because a lot of us, I'm again a pretty non-confrontational person. I definitely had a habit for a while of folding when somebody would say like, "Oh no, that's not good," and I was like, "Well, I guess not." It would make them upset if I
have
talked about
noticed this. It annoys me.
It's a bad habit. It's a bad habit. It is legitimately, it is a mental illness. I have people-pleasing habits. It is legitimately flat out a mental illness. This is not me like being nice. It's me being mentally ill.
You are very nice though.
I try to be. But it does intersect with, certain mental illnesses in ways that have to be untangled, right? Yes. And the being able to have these conversations where you can say, no, I actually do want this thing, and I know that like it has to be done in this certain way. And knowing how badly you want it and being able to say these things, right, to another person and hear like, okay, I want this thing. You are not as interested in it. How can we meet each other? How can we make, where can we meet each other? And can we meet each other, right? Because sometimes it'll be something you just cannot meet somebody about. Is really valuable. It's really, really valuable. Honestly, not just for romantic and sexual.
Extremely important skill.
Yeah, not just for romantic and sexual relationships. I would say any peer relationship. Non-peer relationships, who gives a shit, right? Your boss, just lie to your boss. Fuck it.
I would say, if you are the person with authority or power over another person, it actually matters quite a bit there.
That's true. I
think a lot of parents could stand to learn to talk to their children on slightly more even terms, and to talk with their children in terms that actually allow their children to have real feelings and real thoughts and real wants and needs that are separate from that of the parent, and the parent might not even approve of, but they might still be fucking real, right? You don't get to decide what your child cares about, right? Like, that's like a big thing for me. Sorry. My area of expertise, right? Which
it's very reasonable, I think. I think it's a very reasonable thing to bring up. I am just much more used to being an employee. In terms of my unequal relationships, they are primarily as an employee with an employer. And my philosophy about that... As an older
brother. Yeah, as a much older brother, and as somebody who spent much of his teenage years babysitting, and then spent much of his early 20s caring for both his grandmother and also for children who I was hired to counsel. I have a lot of experience being an adult in a situation where I have what amounts to absolute power over a child.
Yeah, that's something to be very careful about when you have it.
It's something that I am very concerned about having. And I always try to make sure that if I am speaking with somebody younger than me or somebody less experienced than me, that I make sure that they understand that while I have experience, that is something for them to draw on, not something for me to wield against them. Right? I will wield my experience against my peers all the time, though. I will happily do that. I will happily pull out the "shut up, I know more than you" card.
He does.
It's only on like 3 subjects though, because there's only 3 things I actually know anything about. So,
But yes, and to pivot pretty radically as we're about to go into
yes,
the ad break in
please.
about 7 minutes.
Yes.
The fighting games fans.
Yes.
The fighting games player. So you described a psychological profile. This is hours ago at this point.
Yes.
We were
No,
talking
I remember exactly
little
what it was.
hours ago. And I have encountered the same mentality outside of fighting games as well.
Yes.
Again, because I'm more of like a strategy gamer. Where
there's a lot in common, actually.
I think there is. I think it might be in common to almost any game where people like have a main. People aren't really like. People might be stronger at playing black or white in chess, but there aren't really like black mains and white mains in chess, right? That's not
especially because the structure of the game is that you don't get to fucking choose.
Yeah. Among analysts, there kind of are. There are people who primarily analyze defenses, but like,
yes.
But the, but like that, but
so
in games we have.
I should clarify, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I should clarify. The thing that Al is referring to that I said is that fighting game players have a particular kind of I'm gonna very loosely call it a mental illness, right?
I was gonna say neurosis.
Don't take that too seriously.
I was gonna say neurosis.
Neurosis is a great one. Neurosis is a better word. I'm gonna use that instead. They have a particular neurosis where they simultaneously believe that their character is a complete piece of shit, and also that they're secretly the sleeper, most overpowered character in the game, and they're really good. I promise, bro. You just gotta play them more. Yep.
It is really interesting to see the lack of objectivity about it.
Yes.
It is. I think a lot of it is a bit of instrumentality where when they are in a space where they're talking to other people in the space and possibly in a space where the devs might see what they're writing, they are lobbying for buffs for what they're already doing. And the way that you lobby for buffs for what you're already doing is you complain about how underpowered it is.
Yes. There is a very good Sagem video about this exact topic.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't seen the Sagem video about it.
And about top players becoming lobbyists specifically, right?
And it's very. But this also lives hand in hand with, it's embarrassing to admit that you're just playing a piece of shit that sucks and that you're just making a mistake at the character select screen. So you have to also be like, oh, like we're so nerfed right now, but there's actually a secret way that's really good, right? Like it creates this weird double.
There's another one too, right?
Yeah.
There's another one too, which is, man, I can see the potential though. I just got to get better. Because that is the brain rot that fighting game fans have more than any other genre of games that I've ever encountered. Fighting game fans ultimately, when the chips are down, will not blame the game. They will blame themselves.
Yeah.
And I would call this an admirable trait, but it is to the point where they are actually losing objectivity with how much they think they can do fucking anything. Sometimes your character just isn't it, man. Sometimes your character does need a buff, actually. And it's not just that you need to be better at playing your character. Sometimes your character is just, like, sometimes you're playing Nightwing in fucking Injustice Season 1, and they're playing Superman. And you have to actually, like, do stuff, and they just stand there mashing their eye lasers, which cover the entire screen, and track you. Like, sometimes it's just actually just fucked up, and you're actually just in a bad situation that you should get yourself out of.
This is something I've really appreciated about as like a Goonhammer reader, even a person who doesn't really enjoy 40k, is the extent to which Goonhammer like will draw a distinction between like an army that feels good and an army that is in fact overpowered. And the different ways that you can analyze whether or not an army is overpowered. Because there's a difference between like using raw win rates in almost any 1v1 type game is often very misleading. Because
pardon me.
Something might be comfortable for low skilled players and low skill players win with it very frequently. But
Mhm.
it turns out it doesn't actually adhere for higher skill players, which suggests that you could use like win rate among certain brackets.
Yes.
However, even that produces a bit of a problem, and then you have to make a decision, right, about what is balance and what is the goal of
Mhm.
balance, and what are you trying to do with your
Mhm.
balance, and what is good play. And where I'm going
Yes.
with this, right, is that usually for most games that are highly competitive, the ladder is just a fun little cute
Yes.
thing. The
Yes.
actual thing
Fighting
is
games are
tournaments.
not about online play. They are about your locals and they are about regionals. They're about tournaments. They're about worlds. They're about going to places and playing against actual people who are taking this shit seriously. And that is, I think, the thing that makes fighting game players stand out a little bit in terms of like competitive gaming esports, right? Because
Mhm.
fighting games are basically the oldest esport,
Yeah, yeah,
right? Um, and I won't be too long with this because ads in a minute, but
yeah.
fighting games are the oldest esport. They're the most offline esport, and fighting game players play people who take fighting games seriously, who get really into fighting games. They do so because they want to test themselves. They want to improve their game, and they want to test themselves against other players and have different experiences. That's what they're looking for,
Hmm.
and I think that's very interesting.
Also, hello, the Dizzy Chicken. Welcome in. Interesting question. Again, I do not answer questions about the specific subdiscipline or schools that I went to. Uh, but yes, we are going to the ads, and yes, this is. We'll get back and we can talk about the FPS gamers because they're sickos, they're weirdos.
Yes,
They're the people who think the ladder matters.
and
Okay, we'll be.
possibly also MOBAs.
Oh, I know so much less about MOBAs. Okay, the ads are running now. We need to all go to the bathroom. We'll see you in a few minutes. All
Yeah.
right, we're back. Hold on, there's things happening here. I need to catch up on chat. Uh, yes, Mikks was the cognitive linguist. There we go. Hello, Hoomter. Good to see you. Hoomter. Always good to see Hoomter.
I just figured I'd mention it since it's likely to come up in any
Mm.
conversation about
Yeah. No,
academic pursuits.
it's valuable to disclaim, right? It's valuable to disclaim that, like, you and I do
It's
not.
relevant to the
We do not actually have the exact same overlap, and it's interesting that
I'm much more of a therapist, right?
Yeah.
I'm much more of a psychologist, right?
Yeah,
I come from the psychology space rather than the sociology space, right?
Yeah.
So that's the big difference.
Yeah, that's the biggest difference, is like this the emphasis on like individual versus group.
Individuals group, and that I'm a kind of a learning specialist with a focus on mental health of the student, and you were an actual teacher.
yeah. I often have this concern that you tend to not think as deeply about like we'll have a conversation like, oh, like whatever. You'll think I'm like getting really caught in the weeds on like, yeah, but how does somebody learn this? Like, how do you communicate this effectively to an audience who might be interested but might not know really well? And you tend to be like, oh no, I only care about talking to the people who already are like caught up on this.
Yeah, I mean, like, I care about them, and I care about small children who haven't had a chance to catch up on this, right?
Yep.
I have a lot of trouble caring about large children who refuse to catch up on this. It's hard for me, but I agree that it's actually very important. I'm just not the right skill set for it, right? I'm not the right person to teach an adult skills that I learned when I was 5 years old. I'm just not. Right? I'm not the right person for this. There's something about the cut of my jib that doesn't work. But I actually don't, Hoomter. I mean gamers and tech pros. So kind of Republicans, but
no, his common enemy, his grand enemy, Miks's grand enemy is people who make video games and anime, but like boring ones.
Yeah, basically.
Not even the people who make them. The people who enjoy the boring video games and anime.
Yes.
that's your real enemy.
Another way to put it would be my actual enemy is people who think they can use statistics to solve social interaction.
Oh, that's very silly. As a person who likes statistics a lot and loves to talk about them, that's very silly. Yeah. Statistics can be used to
it's a thing.
Discuss.
Right?
It is. It's
yes.
What constitutes a boring video game?
I'm just gonna be really stupid, okay? When I don't like it. No. I kid. But
Hoomter, rest assured. Okay, Mikks might. This is a place where me and Mikks might disagree, but the use of the Cleo emote means that you must understand that the concept of boring we're talking about is pretty orthogonal to what you are worried about. To me, to Mikks even more, I think Mikks has a more clear theory of this. That a game is boring when it is all shit you've seen before.
Yes. It's all shit I've seen before, and all that matters is pressing buttons at the right time.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, the best example I can possibly give is Lies of P, right? The Souls-like Pinocchio, in-name only, like, game where the only thing that matters is pressing parry at the right time, or you can just use the throwables, which completely trivialize the entire game. Which is a joke, at best, right?
Where is it going with this? But yeah, so oh my god, something about boring games, but it's, that got kind of derailed by that.
Icarus would like a definitional check of
orthogonal. I gave one. I think it makes sense.
Oh, did you?
I said not in the same direction, which is close enough.
Sorry, I was misreading what those were. What those two quotes were attributed to. My bad.
I think that's close enough. orthogonal just here means like it's just not the same type of concern. Like Hoomter is a person who likes map games and big strategy games.
Big strategy games, yeah.
And a lot of people think those are very boring because they are slow paced and not exciting and flashy and have difficult and often kind of anti-human UIs.
Yes, which is honestly something that I often campaign for games being. Right?
Yeah.
Because I think a game that makes you actually sit up and fucking pay attention and learn how to actually use it as a game, as a form of play, rather than being like holding your hand the entire time and making it super easy for you because you're such a special boy who can do everything so well, pisses me off. Lack of friction is one of the biggest things that I would consider boring. I find games like Slime Rancher extremely boring, for example. I think it's cute, but it's boring.
But yeah, Hoomter, I was also largely inferring this because not because I know that much about your personal taste, but because you used a Clio emote. Clio games are a lot of people consider Clio's favorite games very boring. Some of the ones that she really likes I don't like, but that's like not because I think like the whole like concept of doing weird map games is boring.
Yeah. So what I would call boring in the context of strategy games is when the strategy is just optimize your circumstances so that you win automatically. Right? And there are a lot of pretty bad strategy games where all that really matters is that you make the right choices within the first 5 minutes of the game. Or first hour of the game, or whatever the scale is, right?
Yeah, which, if the game's 5 minutes long, that's fine. But if, so I personally have, people were asking about like my 4X taste earlier, and I think those people may have gone to bed in the meantime. I tend to not like the Civilization series. I tend to not like the Civilization series. And the main thing I don't like about the Civilization series, particularly the 5 and 6, I can say less about earlier than that because I was less aware and less knowledgeable on those games. But in 5 and 6, there are pretty firmly solved optimal strategies for doing many of the subsystems in the game. Notably, combat and technology are pretty thoroughly solved. And getting up to a medium level of play, not even a high level of play, is generally a matter of just learning these things. It has a lot in common with the way that some people play MMOs, where they don't want to explore the space, they don't want to learn things, they want to watch a YouTube video that tells them what are the things that you do, and then they want to execute it over and over and over again.
Yes.
Which I don't think is entirely invalid, but it is not very interesting to me.
It is. So what this is, right? Because MMOs are a genre that I know.
Oh, you love MMOs. I felt like I immediately felt like MMOs. I was stepping on sand by bringing up the MMO example.
No, you were not actually stepping on sand, right? That was not actually a bad example at all, because I think that this is actually a problem that has occurred in gaming a lot nowadays, right? What the number one type of content that comes out of gaming now is, from like a journalistic perspective? Here is how you do everything in the game already before the game has been out for 2 hours. Here is a step-by-step guide to do every single thing in the game correctly the first time without struggling. What's the fucking point of this? As a person who
will defend playing Warframe with the wiki open, that's obnoxious. That's ridiculous.
There's a big difference also between having resources to learn how to play a game better, to study. This is what fighting game fans are all about, right? Fighting game fans are all about study, right? Study and practice and learning. That's what fighting games are really like at their core. They're for people who want to get really good at something, right? I feel like a lot of these other games, especially, for example, action games, and especially the Souls-like and MMO genres, What they're for is for somebody who wants the simulation of being really good at something.
Yeah.
MMOs in particular are psychologically, I would call them psychologically notorious as achievement simulators. And I don't mean achievements as in that thing that pops up on Steam when you do something in the game. I mean achievements as in having a job that pays you money, or passing your classes, or getting fit, or learning something new.
I was partially parsing this through a lens that I have used for, decades at this point. A lens I've used for decades at this point, which is quite a few of the academics I knew. They weren't really interested in... They didn't continue into their graduate studies because they really wanted to learn something or they really had something they wanted to study. They continued into their academic studies because the idea of trying to live life without grades was upsetting to them. That a lifestyle where your sense of achievement was something that you have to choose for yourself and parse in your own context, as opposed to having a unified authority figure above you who can call you a good boy or good girl, terrified them.
Or a quest log and an EXP bar.
Yeah.
Right?
And that's what I was about to say. I feel like a lot of people interact with video games for that reason, in that same way. That they are looking for a
tangible... I feel like it's a tangible measurement of how good they did.
Yes.
Because they're uncomfortable with the abstract, and they're uncomfortable with the uncertainty of that abstract. Which is, I tend to get extremely derisive about this subject, so I'm going to try very hard not to be, right? I have a really, 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 really strong opinion about submitting yourself to authority of others. Which is that I don't think you should do it. Because I think authority over a person's sense of achievement and sense of worth is something that cannot actually be held by another person. And if you have a need to be recognized and you have a need to be validated by external forces, that is a vulnerability that is very dangerous for you. Because, and we all need this to some extent. This goes back into the EvoPsych thing you were mentioning earlier, which is tribe, right? Fear of being cast out of the tribe. But we're not monkeys living in the goddamn trees.
We're not, and we're struggling to get used to it, I still think.
We're struggling to get used to it. But okay, so there's a phrase that people like to throw around about this. People who read a couple things about EvoPsych on Wikipedia once and took it to heart, right? Which is, we're just stupid monkeys who evolved too fast. And here's the problem with this concept, right? You can recognize that, though, can't you? You're self-aware of that, though, aren't you?
Yeah.
So fucking grow. I'm sorry, but you are not a slave to your fucking urges, no matter how much you might believe you are, right? There are some people who have much more difficulty with impulse control and have much, I will say, from what I measure from outside of them, I can't know their hearts, but stronger emotions than I have. Stronger emotional impact than I have from how they feel. It hits them harder in both good and bad ways than it does for me. And I try really, 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 really hard not to relativate people's emotional experience. I try not to say things like, "Oh, that doesn't upset me, so why should it upset you?" Right? Or other such trivialities, banalities, asinine sort of ideas of not understanding that a person's interior life is their interior life, not your interior life, and something that might not matter to you might matter to them very deeply, even if you think it's silly or childish or stupid.
Mm-hmm.
But this is one that I really can't do that for, right? When it comes to a person actively using the idea that they can't control themselves as an excuse for not controlling themselves. Right? As an excuse for not managing their emotions and taking care of themselves. Oh, I'm just a stupid monkey who can't be trusted to do this or do that. Fuck off with that shit. Like, I'm sorry, but you can do this. You just don't wanna. You just don't wanna, because it would be acknowledging that you have responsibility for yourself.
I'm going to make a practical suggestion for people. I'll bring in a little bit of practical insight about this question.
Much more practical than me, I'm sure.
Most of the time when you think about a person who has lots of willpower, they often don't actually have noteworthily more willpower than other people. Oftentimes it is about controlling your environment. I have certain food items that I will eat more compulsively than others. And I have learned that my life is significantly better if I just keep those things out of the house. Right? Rather than just using more of my willpower to face tank that kind of temptation, right? And so if you are a person who feels like, oh no, I am different, I am just this lazy, try to pay attention to the things that cause you to do the things that you think are bad for yourself, and try to figure out what those triggers are and how you can avoid or mitigate them. Hello, Miss Gravestone. Hello, Miss Gravestone. Also, I totally missed that somebody followed me. I guess they must have followed me during an ad break. Quaddle Axolotl, thank you for the follow. I like the name a lot. Colebounds is a local biology nerd. There might be a couple of others, but Colebounds is the one who I think of first. I think they probably went to sleep. Colebounds usually shows up at the start of stream. And we are deep into the lates. We have cycle deaths.
Tohu is a biochemist as well.
Right? Yeah, Tohu's a biochemist. Tohu we know went to sleep because he announced.
Tohu is an extremely specialized biochemist.
Yeah, Tohu's cool as hell.
Tohu's super cool.
I don't know how many other people are super into biology because I'm not. I'm not a biology nerd by any stretch of the imagination. It's actually probably one of my weakest subjects. Of all of them. Of all the subjects that you would see in a traditional high school curriculum, biology may actually be my single worst.
I only really know this from like the practical perspective of being a first responder, right? So
I know a little bit of first aid training. Depending on your notions of this, I know a little bit of ecology just because it's sometimes interesting, and I kind of do have a little bit of a thing about paleobiology. And I know a fair amount about nutrition.
Oh yeah, no, that I mean,
yeah.
There's very few vegans who I've ever met who have been like remotely healthy who don't know a lot about nutrition. In my experience, it tends to go hand in hand. Right?
I would say that how it goes in the vegan world is that if you aren't interested in nutrition, other people will make you interested in nutrition.
Yes.
Even if you don't actually particularly have to be. Humter, I actually learned something pretty... Like, this is one of those ones that I thought was pretty funny. It was like, the big one is people giving you shit about protein. It turns out that if you eat 2,000 calories of broccoli, that actually has enough protein for like bodybuilder levels of protein.
Yes, it does.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You have to worry about protein if you are trying to lose weight. That's actually way more of a thing than for being vegan.
Yes.
If you are trying to lose weight, you really do have to worry about protein. But that is true even if you're not vegan.
Yes.
As a person who has done some weight loss in his time, that was actually a much more of a nutritional challenge than veganism.
It is actually quite... that's the other thing that gets people to learn. People who try to lose weight are the people who know more about nutrition than a lot of nutritionists, to be completely honest with you.
As far as I don't want to say that I know like a lot about nutrition, because from what I can tell from talking to actual nutritionists and scientists, it turns out that nobody knows that much.
Oh yeah, no, that's just, it's like neurology. Nobody actually knows shit about anything. Right?
Yeah, no, we actually.
Like...
Oh yeah, no,
things
vegan
that
diets
might
can
be
be incredibly valuable for gains. Seitan is the best protein.
I love seitan.
Seitan rules. Seitan like beats a lot of protein powders as a protein.
Yes.
For leanness.
So I will say,
yeah,
turkey, like for non-vegans, turkey has amazing macros too.
Yep. Is that why I'm developing a gut, or just I'm in my mid-30s? I don't know. I cannot answer that for you.
No, I think that's probably just that you're in your mid-30s.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to be totally real with you. As somebody, past his mid-30s, that's also when this happened to me, and I am incredibly thin. So, like, dangerously thin, to the point where I've had to put on a lot of weight over the last year or I would die. Which I don't really like. I feel awful all the time.
Mikks is like genuinely one of the skinniest people you're going to meet.
I border on anemic. I have incredibly low blood pressure. I have a lot of trouble gaining weight. So like it's actually really fucking frustrating. But I'm like doing pretty decently right now. I just finally have been able to get back to like actually going to the gym, actually like running, regular exercise. So hopefully I don't just like bloat up like a fucking balloon. As I am eating my 3 meals a day with a protein shake with each of them to try not to fucking have my body starve itself to death in case I get like COVID or something.
You definitely do want to have a little bit of bonus weight. Hunter, that's pretty intensely thin. I think that's comparable.
Yeah. Comparable. Yes, that's what I was before I went on a actual like effectively volume diet, right? Like.
Also, hello, Magically Gamer. I do not know the VR YouTuber Drumsy. I must confess, I mostly know other VTubers because we're like professional friends. I don't really know too many that I just follow because of like a broad interest. And in terms of YouTubers who I actually pay attention to, it's I mostly watch a lot of academic lectures, plus Veilfisk and Annie Austin. Are the main YouTubers I watch. What I tend to say, Miss Gravestone, is that having a little bit of extra weight is can be a useful form of insurance for getting sick. Again, I have lost quite a bit of weight over the years, and I'm currently on a bit of a weight loss journey now. There's a very big difference between like I am losing weight because I want to, and I am losing weight because I got really sick.
Yes.
I am somewhat... When I get sick fairly frequently, one of my major symptoms is like in my mouth. Is like a fairly common secondary symptom that I get for a lot of other illnesses. And then when that happens, it is actually fairly common for me to lose like 4+ pounds a week, which is genuinely unhealthy. Like it's actually pretty scary. And like when I even when I was trying to lose weight and then I got sick like that, I do remember like being like, oh, this is like really not good. and I had to basically start making like peanut butter banana smoothies because those
Yep.
insanely
Yeah.
high calorie,
Yep.
and could get past the fact that I couldn't chew at all.
Yeah, I did this thing, right? So
Yeah.
for context, Hunter, I was about the same as you, right? Like January of last year, I was about 60 kilograms, and I am 6'2", right? Um, Now the thing that's unusual about me is that I have very broad shoulders, so I really should not be this light, even disregarding my height, right? I was told by my doctor after I got quite ill that I was very lucky that what I got was an upper respiratory issue. Because if it had been something else, I could have died from just my body cannibalizing itself. And he urged me very, very, very strongly to put on weight.
Yes.
And so I've been working on this for about a year, and I'm up to like what would this be in kilograms? I'm up to about 72 kilograms now, which is like much safer. It's not where I should be, but I'm at the point where I should be involves putting on more muscle rather than just eating more, right? So making this something useful. So that's what I'm doing right now, health-wise, or trying to at least.
Trying to. Yeah, that's always the thing, right? There's always trying.
It would be nice if it was like not sometimes just 90 degrees for no reason in April. This would be a pleasant thing that I would enjoy, because I'm sorry, but if I go outside and I try to exercise in 90-degree weather, I'm just gonna die.
Oh,
I'm
my
Swedish.
goodness.
I'm just gonna die. Like, I am actually just going to not be alive anymore. I am going to have like some sort of brain aneurysm and die.
Yeah, Miss Gravestone, I also am not famously. I'm not generally considered to be a thin man, to put it in the simple terms. You know, me and Mikks do not have the same set of health concerns. But
no. I have like the opposite health concerns that a lot of Americans have, right? I have low blood pressure. I need to eat more food, actually, right? I need to eat a lot of food that's pretty high in like fats and sugars, in fact, is a thing that I'm supposed to do. And I can't fucking remember to do it because I'm dumb and stupid.
See, this is surrender, right?
Like,
this is surrender right here. This is the surrender you're talking about. You have control.
Yes.
You have the control. Yeah.
I do, in fact, have the control. The way I have to have the control is by getting up and eating more for breakfast than coffee.
That would help. Yes. Having just coffee for breakfast is not gonna get you there.
Yeah.
I
have like a million notes on my like computer. The business like, hey, eat. Did you eat today? Hey, idiot. Right? Like, remember to eat at these times of the day, right? Between like 6 a.m. and 9 a.m. You should eat at least one meal. So, yeah, this is something that I struggle with this quite a bit. Because I don't really, like, experience hunger in the way a lot of people do, so.
Yeah, that is, yes. That does seem to be a difference between some people. I mean, I always...
It's a malfunction of my body.
It's a malfunction. Yeah. I think a lot of us have...
It has to do with my my brain damage. So
that's what I knew that. I was just not saying that. Yeah. I did parse that. Yeah.
I'm literally brain damaged, Chad. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I'm fine.
And yes, Miss Gravestone, if you're 6 foot and on the more muscular side, I think you'll find some takers.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That is a type.
I mean, Mikks just kind of forgets to eat.
I just forget to eat. I'm absent-minded. I'm absent-minded, and I don't, and my appetite doesn't function correctly, basically, right?
Mhm.
Like I'm not gonna whine about it, right? It's I leave myself notes and I set timers and it reminds me of things, right?
Mhm.
But I just don't eat. I don't really like eating either, right? So like that
Yeah,
doesn't really help.
he is not interested in the pleasures of the flesh.
Basically, yeah.
Oh,
No, that's pretty much accurate. They're beneath me.
and he thinks that the rest of us are embarrassments for not being above it.
I
Mikks
just
is
think
like,
you're all like much better than me in every way, so I don't really understand why you are so willing to like act like you do. Right? It doesn't make sense to me. But this is my brain damage about dignity, right? Not my
yeah.
real brain damage. This is my social brain damage about the idea of being above needing things, being like very important and meanful in a way that it just isn't.
Yeah,
It's just not. It's
well,
just stupid. I'm just stupid about this. That's the truth, right?
to be extremely nerdy, it makes me think about sometimes when you're talking about this stuff, I end up thinking about Yelm, the Bright Emperor
Oh yeah,
from
yeah, yeah,
Glorantha. You know, the
yeah,
god of
yeah. It's
fire
got a
and
little bit of that.
stasis, who cannot admit that he
Yeah.
is wrong because everything was already perfect all the time.
Yeah.
uh,
I mean, what this actually is some fucking it's Schopenhauer again.
it's
Right? As it
Schopenhauer. It's
often is
Schopenhauer.
with
It's
me.
Schopenhauer.
Yeah.
Oh, Whomter, you have reminded me
that-
of something extremely fucking funny. That's so my favorite skill to show off with, my actual favorite, and my favorite hobby is cooking. I love to
Yes.
cook. I love to cook. I love
He's
to
an
cook for other.
excellent cook.
Thank you, thank you. And I remember having a VTuber friend, and I'm wondering if Mikks knows who it is. Don't guess in chat because I don't know how open this person is about this kind of stuff. That came over to my apartment, and I cooked dinner because this is what I want to show off with, right? This is like my main thing of showing off. And this person said, like, while I'm cooking and like we're talking and having some tea, do you ever wish that you could eat just one big meal at the start of your life and then never have to think about food for the rest of your life again?
Yeah, you've told this story before. It's really funny.
It's really funny to me. And I just remember being like, dude, I'm cooking for you right now. Like,
Yeah.
like, I'm not trying to inconvenience you.
I mean, in my case, it's really that I believe myself to be. I believe it to be indignified to want or need things, right? And I define myself mostly by the dignity that I have, because I am a man, you see. And I know it's like very silly, right? Is the truth, right? This is a very silly thing. But if I'm being totally honest, I still get upset when people make fun of me for it. Right? So
Oh, interesting, Miss Graves. So I love my own cooking, and my one of my like great defining hubrises as a person, as a person who generally has very low confidence in like almost everything I do in life. I have one like great enormous place of hubris, which is I think I am a better cook than almost any restaurant chef. I just do. I just think that what I can I will eat out at a restaurant and I'll just be like, I could have done this better. Why did I go here? Why did I pay money for a worse experience?
Now, to be fair, you're also a vegan, so like that does limit the number of chefs that are involved.
Superior Spider, thank you for the follow. I think, honestly, it's actually partially a trend in American cooking that we very much inherited from the French, of making things way too fatty. For my taste,
can see that.
I prefer things to be like brighter and lighter than what like any chef ever makes. Like the amount of, particularly for non-vegan cooking, the amount of butter that gets used is like people are like, oh yeah, that's the part that tastes good. It's like I actually kind of don't like the taste of that as much as like relying a little bit more on like lemon juice and vinegar to carry a lot more flavor.
So the thing that I know about you is you like really acidic flavors, right?
I like really acidic flavors and really spicy
Yeah.
as well. I tend to like spices in almost any restaurant cooks.
Yes. And so like this is a way that we differ because I do like spicy food. I can only handle so much of it because I'm extremely white. But but I like spicy food. I don't like acidic flavors very much, right? It's the like, and it is a testament to your skill as a chef, as a cook, that I like your food even when you drowned it in vinegar. Right? It's good anyways.
Hello, JJ. Hello,
I
JJ.
tend to prefer a sort of I like sort of salty, a little bit dry,
yeah.
food, and you like the very wet, acidic food.
I don't
right?
necessarily like wet is something I'm relatively agnostic on. The person who likes the wet food is Nagi.
Oh yeah, well yeah, she wants everything to be a soup, and she wishes everything was a soup.
Yeah,
that woman.
Yeah, I Miss Gravestone, I grew up in a habaneros are normal household. That's the type of white person I am. There's a pretty infamous clip of me. I really need to make like a couple of commands for some of the more infamous clips. Where I actually I'm gonna go grab it. I think I can.
It is a good clip. I know which one you're talking about.
It's in the server. So I can find it in there. Clips. There we go. There's the clip. I'm just gonna post it here. There you go. I like this clip.
It's a pretty good clip.
It's pretty good. I can allow myself to be proud of things sometimes.
Yeah, as you should.
Yeah. But yeah,
important.
It's but yeah, this is like an interesting divide between different types of people. And it is funny like how many VTubers are closer to Mikks than they are to me. God, I remember like Lady Saffron complaining about how her like 20-pound box of animal crackers was delayed in the mail.
Yeah.
That's like 50% of her calories.
A lot, right?
Like 50% of her calories.
The thing you must have to know about me is that I really like rice.
That's true.
I really like rice. I will eat a lot of. I like grains in general, right? Which is astounding that I'm not heavier than I am, given how much bread I eat. How much bread and how much rice I eat, right? Glutinous rice too.
I basically like cut bread out of my diet, like almost entirely. Until I get my weight down a bit more.
But yeah, no. I like rice. I like pretty much most vegetables, right? I like grilled vegetables in particular, but I like vegetables in all sorts of forms. I really like cucumber. Cucumber is one of the things that I really like when it is acidic, actually, right? I like an acidic cucumber salad a lot, but I need it contrasted with something that isn't acidic.
Oh, of course, yeah. It's
right?
I will take a I'll take a recipe for cucumber that you like.
I mean, I don't really have a complicated one because the cucumber salad that you make is just like take a bit of soy sauce, make it a little bit spicy, and add some like vinegar, and then shake it.
Okay,
right?
Okay.
It's just a Korean cucumber salad, right?
Chopped or shredded?
Can be chopped, can be shredded. I tend to chop. Sometimes I even like chop it into not even like small. Right?
Yeah,
just like
cubes,
like
or something.
medallions, right?
Medallions. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Yeah, because it's more of a you're supposed to actually enjoy the eating the cucumber, right? The crunch of the cucumber a little bit, right?
And how much salt?
I use low sodium soy sauce, and it's salty enough.
Okay.
Right? Like I don't actually like really salty soy sauce. I think it's overpowering.
Okay.
Like when I say I like salty, you know the kind of snacks I like. I like Japanese rice cracker snacks, that sort of stuff. I like, wheat thins, that sort of stuff, right? That's the sort of salty that I like. And I think wheat thins have gotten worse.
I can believe that.
I think they put too much salt in them now.
I can believe that. I can believe that. I can believe that. The yeah, sorry, Gravestone. Sorry, Miss Gravestone. I just really love cooking. I just really love cooking. God. Yeah, I am. I'm there's some stuff I'm excited to do in the future.
Yeah.
In the
Stuff to cook.
Yeah, like I said, I'm 12, 14 pounds down from when you saw me.
Oh, dope.
And I'm trying to get
Wait,
34
already?
pounds down. Yeah.
Damn, dude.
Yeah.
Like that's
I'm
isn't
fairly
that
good.
long ago. That's like 2 months. Damn,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah. I'm keeping about a little bit over a pound a week.
Damn, bro. Good job.
There's not a specific food section in the Discord. People, and by people I mean mostly me, post photos of stuff we cooked in the gallery personnel, because that's I just treat that like it's just art that you made. I will give you a recipe that I love, that I cook all the time. The only suggestion I make about that recipe is I just don't use the fish sauce. I did try to use vegan fish sauce, and I honestly think that without any fish sauce, it actually balances better. And I do not think the lime juice is optional. It says optional. I don't think that that's true. I don't.
It really is with noodles. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think the hot water is actually necessary. If you take the noodles out of the boiling water, and don't drain them all that carefully, if you just kind of like add them to the sauce mix, that'll be more than enough water. That'll be more than enough water. You don't really need additional water. But yeah, this recipe is amazing. This recipe is amazing. And this recipe is very funny to me because it's the one I tend to make for showing off to other people the most. Like some of the friends who like have known me for a long time, I've asked them like which recipes of the ones that I cook frequently are the ones that they think are like the good ones to show off to other people and that hold up well. And this one is the one that they tend to say. But the part that's really funny to me is when I went to MagFest, I got into my hotel room and immediately started chopping garlic for this recipe. It was the first thing I did at MagFest. I did that before I unpacked. It was I got off the bus and got into the hotel room and I pulled the garlic out of my backpack and started chopping.
I will say your spice cookies are really good. Like,
the spice cookies are great. I like those. I like that recipe a lot. That recipe is really fun.
Your snicker noodles are also really good.
Thank you. The spicy cookies are really funny because I have so many people in my life that fucking hate them, but it's like age locked. It's very age locked. Yeah. It's people over the age of about 70 that hate them.
Yes, my brother really liked them.
Oh, of course,
like,
yeah.
He fucking destroyed those.
Me and him have pretty similar taste.
Yep.
That's probably why you find me really easy, is because I'm just a lot like your brother.
You are a lot like my brother. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's just
in a lot of ways. You're just much more verbose than he is. Let's just say.
Oh right? Yeah, he's quite laconic.
Yeah. My brother is a man of few words. This is not because he has few words to say, but because he doesn't really see the point in saying more than a few.
All right, Sharkray, have a good night, and Miss Gravestone, have a good night. I will tell you, I'll give you the heads up, Miss Gravestone. I don't think we're going to be here super long. I am pretty tired.
You're crashing.
I'm not crashing, but I can tell that I'm wearing. I can tell that I don't want to be here like 3 more hours.
He hates
I'm not even sure I want to be here 1 more hour.
Yeah.
You know, I've had a busy week. I've had a very busy week.
You have. You've also been streaming a lot this week.
Yes. I have been upping my stream schedule in general. And my this week wound up being a little bit more intense. It's actually a little bit deceptive, the stream time, because I didn't stream it, but last night, me, Sotek, and Jack Nyko did a couple rounds of Spirit Island.
I see. I see. I
It
see.
was planned to be a stream, but then Sotek fell asleep, and he was the host. So it was
Classic.
like we'd be starting like
Classic.
3 hours later than we meant
Yeah.
to. So we just didn't. And on top of that, I had a very lengthy match of Infinity.
Yes.
It took over 2 days, and it ended at 9:30 tonight. So I went straight from
okay.
from a 5-hour match to here. So I'm pretty worn down. I'm pretty worn down is what I'm getting at. It's the throat. I can feel it in my throat.
That tracks, brother.
Which
Like,
yeah, I think I'll be coming into next week pretty good. I think I'll be coming up to.
Al is like the most obnoxiously hydrated man on the planet, by the way.
So true.
Down.
Yeah.
Like, it's good looking out, but this guy just is. He drinks so much water.
Yeah, it's I don't as much anymore, mostly because it's actually like a little bit uncomfortable. But I have frequently kept up a pace of 1 liter of water per hour I'm on stream. I tend to I've been slowing down a little bit on that, mostly just because then it's like every 45 minutes I need to pee really badly. So I've slowed down a little bit just to just for physical comfort
To avert
reasons.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That tracks.
Yeah. Interesting. And sorry, I just ran across a chart that I think you will find interesting. It's very badly presented.
Huh.
Oh my god, its data
I
is
think
beautiful.
Why is interesting? It fucking sucks.
No, the data in it is interesting. The underlying data is interesting,
yeah.
but they made it hard to they made it hard to parse.
I see.
How America voted by age and income, 2020 versus 2024.
Okay.
I think a simple crosstabs would have been easier to read than this.
I see.
You see what I mean? You see what I mean by would have been easier to read by this?
I see it immediately. Yes.
Yeah. This is interesting. This is actually pretty interesting. That the big swing right word was income bracket. It was middle class. It was the middle class. The middle incomes, I should say. It was the big swing right words.
Of course it was.
Of course it was. Of course it was.
I mean,
the traditional home of the fascists. Yeah.
Yeah, the traditional home of the fascists is the middle class.
Yeah.
And on top of that, I actually probably shouldn't get into that right now. But like, I have a lot of thoughts on the psychology of the young Hispanic man with a college education.
Okay, yeah, probably don't need to get into that because there's a lot of ways that can be misstepped. I will say that is actually, interestingly, that is a demographic that shows up in exceptionally likely to be dishonest on surveys.
Yes.
As young Hispanic men is like an exceptional one.
Yes.
Again,
like with most of my opinions, this comes almost entirely from people within this category in some way or another, or who were once within this category, right? People with much more research and insight than my own, right? But also, I have a lot of Hispanic friends who were once young Hispanic men, right? At some point in their life, they were younger Hispanic men. So we have conversations about this in the same way that I am a very white man with a very Scandinavian background from an upper class family. And that paints me as a certain type. That does not mean I am that type, but I'm part of a demographic that exists that has certain history to it. Let's just say, right?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, no, it's it's less that I'm worried about saying anything like wrong or weird or racist, and it's more that I think it would take me like hours to explain the
Yeah.
complexities of this and the viewpoints on women and the rejection of academia and like the rejection of authority, but the embracing of authority if you get to be part of the authority and all this sort of shit, right? And the second generation immigrant experience in America and all these other things, right? And how these can fucking wreak havoc on your psyche. And how most of them also feel like they made a mistake. So, yeah, it's a lot.
It's a lot. It's a lot. And I was going to follow up that with, yeah, if something really requires like hours to explain, it's not very good on stream.
No, it's not.
It's kind of hostile to streaming.
It's incredibly hostile to streaming. That's why I don't do it.
Yeah, fair enough. You just do angry rants.
Yeah. I attempt to have angry conversations with people who are angry about the same things as me, and I fail most of the time. So,
So say. Okay, I was about to say. I was about to say. So say all of us. It's like my conversations are so rarely angry. I'm like...
No. Also, you do a really good job of like carrying through a conversation, and people usually understand what you're talking about. So,
messed up.
Yeah, it's totally messed up. It's totally unfair. I don't know who gave you this superpower, but I resent you for it. And I'm extremely jealous about that, and the fact that you are a visible man who is not killing people right now or bleeding out in the snow. Therefore, I, as another man, am going to vote for a fascist.
Yes, so true. Okay, I think that might actually be a good note to end on, especially because we are staring down the barrel of the ad gun. And that's usually a good sign to me to get the F out. So, folks, this has been Mikks. This has been Mikks. He does similar types of content as this, because I normally just I just do something else while we're doing this. I don't normally do just a pure chatting stream, but this has been very enjoyable for me. And maybe it's just because I was a little bit more tired. Maybe I lost some of that ADHD energy. But he does these in the morning, in the US mornings. So if you like this, you can get more of those. And he knows the most about mecha anime. Nobody knows more about mecha anime. Yeah. This is not a joke. It is actually kind of fucked up. I will be back on either Sunday or definitely Monday. Sunday is a maybe. Monday is a definite yes. If it's Sunday, there is a new city builder that just came out that I might try. Pompeii. There's a Roman city builder. I'm tempted by that one.
Interesting name.
Yes.
Interesting choice of name.
It's Pompeii, the Legacy, which is...
I see.
I'm curious about why they went with this set of names. It would be very funny if your city is always on a time... There is a definite... Like, your city gets nuked by... gets completely buried in ash. Thank you, Emperor's Armpits. So I'm curious about that one. The other option, if I do Sunday, obviously Kerbal Space Program is always an option. Timberborn is always an option. But I'm contemplating. We might be getting there. It may be time to return to an old game. Game you haven't seen in a while. Maybe it's time to return to Dark Souls.
I see. Well, that's exciting. This guy plays Dark Souls like nobody else on the planet. You guys got to see it.
Emperor's Armpits can absolutely confirm. He was there. He was there on the first day. Dark Souls Madness returns by what's his name? God, I'm fucked. Okay. I'm
Hideous
done.
Kojima. Just say Hideous Kojima. Whenever you're not sure, just say Hideous Kojima.
Okay, on that note, we are going to raid Sotek because he's raided me like 4 times in a row, and I'm getting pissy about it. I'm getting mad at him for stealing a march on me. Oh, hey. The bot is working again. That's weird.
It is, in fact. Very strange.
That is strange. Okay, I will have to do some offline testing because this might mean that the redeems work again.
Oh, that would be nice.
If
That's
it can tell
good.
when I'm rating out, then it might be able to tell that redeems work again. That would be really strange. Okay. It's the first mover advantage, Al. Yes, that's part of the reason why I was like 2 hours ago, I was like, I think I'm going to not be streaming super long, which means I'll be able to get in on Sotec. Okay, folks. Have a good night. I love you all very much. He was playing Final Fantasy XIV and having a chill time. If you ask him questions about Warhammer Fantasy Battles, he knows more than anybody else. Literally professional knower. Games Workshop pays him. So if you love that stuff, be sure to ask him questions. Other than that, have a good night. Have a good night.